This video is going to explore how North Korea happened, how a zone of Soviet occupation after World War II, above the 38th parallel, the northern part of Korea, became North Korea under the dear leader Kim Il-sung, father of Kim Jong Il, grandfather of Kim Jong Un. We're going to look at Stalinist statecraft itself, the influence of Joseph Stalin on the new North Korean state. We're going to look at some ancient Korean history and how it intersects with modern Korean history. We're going to go through to about the end of the Korean War. Maybe we'll touch on the 1956 infamous purge at the August plenum, where Kim Il-sung became really the undisputed leader of North Korea. And we're going to solve a intellectual problem, or at least a subversion of our expectation. A subversion of our expectations, which is that we expect when we think about North and South Korea, when we think today, we think about the dysfunctional North, the hermit kingdom, the kind of crazy authoritarian place. We think of the prosperous democratic South. If you looked at the Korean Peninsula, between 1945 and really 1960, going up towards 1970, it is actually the North that looks like it relatively has it together and is relatively popular among its people, and it is the state of the South that looks like the authoritarian basket case. So we're going to have to dig in there and examine a little bit about why that is the case. But I thought it made the most sense to start in the year 1905, which would be 40 years before the end of World War II, before Korea became occupied by the Soviet Union and the United States, at a place you wouldn't necessarily expect for us to start our journey, the Naval Yard in Portsmouth, Maine, right on the edge of the state of New Hampshire in the United States, where two parties are negotiating the end of a war with a third party as mediator. It is the Russians of the Russian Empire and the Japanese of the Japanese Empire negotiating the end of the Russo-Japanese War with the help of the Roosevelt administration. Teddy Roosevelt was instrumental in the Portsmouth Treaty of 1905, ending the Russo-Japanese War. He's actually going to get a Nobel Prize for his efforts. Now you may be asking, why are we starting a lecture on Korea, on the formation of North Korea in 1905, ending a war between Russia and Japan? Well, the answer is quite simple. The Russian Empire and the Japanese Empire in the Russo-Japanese War were not fighting for each other's territory. They were fighting for control and influence, perhaps even sovereignty over the Korean peninsula and parts of Manchuria. In the decades leading up to this negotiation, Russia, Japan, China, and we'll just say roughly the Western powers like the USA, France, Germany, the UK, are all pushing and shoving, elbowing for influence in Korea and in Manchuria. It is in the interest both of the Russian Empire and the Japanese Empire to have influence in Korea because Korea geographically functions as a bridgehead into China. And if you're looking at the map, it is the periphery, depending on your perspective, in the periphery of Japan to its west. It is in the periphery of China to its northeast. Today, Manchuria is part of China. Korea is obviously northeast of China over there. And if you're Russia, part of your sphere of influence, potentially to your southeast is also Manchuria and Korea. And throughout centuries and centuries of history, these powers in particular have been interested in having control over this area, either as vassal states, as spheres of influence, or as the Japanese will eventually do, a place of exercising full sovereignty over Korea and full integration, or at least a espoused project of full integration of the Korean Peninsula into the Japanese Empire. In 1904, the Japanese launch a surprise attack against the Russian Empire, not in Russia, but actually on what's called the Liaodong Peninsula, where Port Arthur was located. Today, it's part of China and goes by a different name. The ascendant Imperial Japan wanted to put their mark down, wanted to repel the Russians out of the area, had in fact proposed a tit for tat just a couple years before, where they had said, hey, Russia, if you acknowledge that Korea is ours, that Korean peninsula is our peninsula and our sphere of influence, we'll acknowledge that you have some rights in Manchuria, that you're building railways with the permission of the Chinese, and that you're, involved in that area, we can do a little bit of an exchange. Whether that was a good faith proposal by the Japanese is not material to our discussion today. The Russians under Tsar Nicholas II, that famous Russian, the last of the Russian czars who will be killed in the Russian Revolution of 1917, he and his empire reject Japan's offer. And so, like I said, in 1904, the Japanese attack the Russians, surprise, and the Japanese pretty decisively defeat the Russians in multiple ways. Most notably, when the Russian Naval Relief Force starts to come down from the north, comes and starts to approach the Korean Peninsula, kind of travels through that area between Japan and the Korean Peninsula, they are subject to a pretty resounding defeat by the Japanese, which leads them fairly quickly, really. The Russo-Japanese War does not last a long time. It leads them to sue for peace pretty early on. And the person and the country that arises to mediate this disagreement, this war that the Russians and the Japanese have had in Korea, is none other than President Teddy Roosevelt. President Teddy Roosevelt offered both parties, hey, Japan, hey, Russia, I know that you guys are on the other side of the planet, or at least this conflict is on the other side of the planet. I know Russia's big and kind of stretches over in the direction of the USA. How would you guys like to come to the beautiful shores of Maine, to the Portsmouth Naval Yard, and negotiate an end to this war? And eventually they agree. And in August of 1905 in Portsmouth, these two sides are sitting at a table with United States intermediaries deciding the fate of the Korean Peninsula. Now, one thing you will notice about these negotiations, and we'll come around to this in just a moment, the Japanese are at the table, the Americans are at the table, the Russians are at the table. Who is not at the table deciding the fate of the Korean Peninsula? Why, the Koreans themselves are not present at the table. Another notable absence from the table are the Chinese, which we'll discuss in a moment. China is a civilization that has held a lot of sway over Korea for over a millennia. They're not present here either, but we'll come back to that. Let's talk first about the Japanese. I've just drawn a box around the word Japanese. I realize in order to be fair to you, I need to give you a little bit of a roadmap before we go on this seeming detour, and that's the point I need to make right now, is that this is not a detour. This is the essential groundwork to understanding how North Korea came to be North Korea, how Korea came to be divided, the different powers that were involved in Korea in making that happen, and the influences that continue the fears and anxieties that exist in both North and South Korea to this day about what it looks like to be autonomous, what it looks like to have self-rule, what it looks like to expel foreign powers. 1905 is about 7 years before the protagonist, so to speak, not to say that he's a good guy, but the protagonist of our story in 1912, Kim Il-sung, is born. So the first dear leader who's going to help form the North Korean state between 1945 and 1950, and then of course formally after 1953 and the end of the Korean War via armistice, he's going to be born 7 years after this treaty is signed. It is 40 years before the end of World War II, 1945. So this is when the United States and Soviet Union are going to split Korea into North and South. The birth, really, of the North and South Korean states is going to occur in the ensuing years of occupation. And so what we're doing here by looking at the Russo-Japanese War is just acknowledging a little snapshot in time, a snapshot in time in which we can see the different players on the board and understand their relationship to the Korean Peninsula. Okay, so Japan is not for the first time becoming involved in the Korean Peninsula via the Russo-Japanese War. The first time that the Japanese really become actively involved in the Korean Peninsula is via something called the Imjin War, and it is fought actually in the 16th century, 1528? Let me just double check my notes here. 1592, and it's going to last until about 1597-98. The desire of the Japanese in this period of time is to actually conquer the Ming Empire. Probably better said, the Ming Dynasty of China. And if you're interested in conquering China and you need a bridgehead onto the continent. If you're Japan, there's an obvious place through which to arrive into China. It is through the Korean Peninsula and then up into Manchuria and on from there. Japan is going to do this as well in 1936, 1937 when they invade China, during, or depending on your perspective, or before World War II formally breaks out. And so there are going to be 2 attempted invasions of Korea in this time period. And in both instances, with help from Ming China, the Koreans are going to expel the Japanese back across to Japan. And that's going to give Korea a bit of pause in their relationship with the Japanese. But it's not the end. In 1876, the Japanese are going to return to the Korean Peninsula and force through something called the Treaty Oops, I did that wrong. Konghwa. Hold on, I'm going to make a cut and correct my writing there. Okay, I've written it properly. It is the Treaty of Konghwa. Konghwa is, I believe, an island, and actually several powers are going to bomb this island with gunboats over the years, trying to get Korea and the Joseon Dynasty to open itself up to trade. Remember, in the latter half of the 19th century, really dating back to about the 1839 to 1841 Opium Wars in China, Western powers are trying to get these Asian titans to participate in the mercantile system in this growing, burgeoning era of imperial capitalism. And so in China, for example, during the Opium Wars, ostensibly the war was fought over China's reaction to the mass importation of opium from the British Empire. A subtext of that war, and perhaps the main reason, depending on which party of the war you're talking about, the main reason that that war was fought between 1839 and 1841, the First Opium War, as it's called, was actually more about making sure that China and the Qing dynasty was open to the trade of the British Empire, open to the travelers from Portugal, the traders from France, from the USA, to not simply be limited to a single place of trade in Canton, but that the whole entirety of the Qing Empire, and potentially, or at least many new places along the coast, like Hong Kong, would be open to foreign trade. The same dynamic is playing out in Korea during these decades. Foreign powers like French, the USA, the Russians are going to actually bomb or go up the rivers of Korea, trying to find a way to get this Joseon hermit kingdom to allow foreign trade. And we'll talk about in a second why the Joseon Dynasty, the Yi Dynasty as it's also known, was so opposed to having foreign trade. But before we get there, I just want to continue to highlight the Japanese interests, which we've been discussing. In 1868, so this is about 8 years before the Treaty of Konghwa of 1876 with Korea, Japan undergoes what's known as the Meiji Restoration. Now, I am not an expert in Japanese history, but I can tell you in broad brushstrokes that what the Meiji Restoration was an attempt to do was to modernize Japan and to make it more expansionist, to basically make it mimic in a Japanese way the Western powers that had forced it open in the 1850s for trade, and to make sure that Japan was never subjugated in that way again. In short, become an empire or be empired over by others. And so fast forward into just a few years, really, less than a decade after the Meiji Restoration, and you have Japan firing on Korea on this same Konghwa Island, and then forcing an agreement with the Joseon King Kojong, to ensure that Japanese traders have access to ports on the east and west of Korea, number one. Number two, to force Korea to open diplomatic relations with Japan in a more formal sense, and therefore to also have Korea acknowledge its own sovereignty so that it can have one-on-one relations with Japan. We'll explain in a moment why that would be so important, why Korea would not be considered sovereign prior to the Treaty of Konghwa. And then, of course, there are the last aspects of the Treaty of Konghwa, or Gongwa, sometimes spelled with a G, which is that the Japanese in general have trading privileges, have access to the ports and the waterways of Korea. They're not to be considered invaders if, a Japanese ship is seen off the coast of Korea after this treaty is ratified. And here's just a little excerpt from the treaty. It sounds so benign when you put it this way. the reason that we have a Treaty of Gangwon in 1876, according to the treaty written by the Japanese to, remember, subjugate the Koreans in a way, force them to be open to trade and to give up sort of their antiquated centuries-long way of running society. The Japanese write in the treaty that it is being made in order to preserve the sincerity and friendship, the intercourse henceforth based on equality and courtesy. And so, oh wow, that's so nice. Equality and courtesy, basis of friendship and sincerity. It sounds wonderful, but what it actually is Japan saying, Korea, you're going to trade with us whether you like it or not. Welcome to modernity. Welcome to imperial capitalism. Open your ports. Do not resist. Now, this is also a period of upheaval in Korea as it begins to encounter the Western world, as the Qing Empire to its west begins to disintegrate and to weaken via a series of rebellions like the Taiping and Boxer, as the world begins to become smaller and encroach on Korea. There are people within the Korean political establishment, within what's called the Yangbang class, within the courts of the Joseon Dynasty, that want to see Korea reform itself to be ready for this world, to take it on, perhaps to protect itself. There's also a sense, there's a coming realization as well, that Korean society is not balanced and that there is corruption at a lot of levels. Korea has also been experiencing a period of relative low authority from the Joseon Dynasty, as up until about 1864, I believe, when King Kojong comes into power, Korean society is being regented by a bunch of boy kings and in-law councils, as one author I was reading called them. So there's a near century of weak governance, and then all of these external powers start to really play hardball with Korea. Now, from this moment on, in 1876, Japan is going to play an increasingly decisive role in Korea. But it is not going to be the dominant power on the Korean peninsula. It is going to constantly be in flux until about 1905. Between the Treaty of Gangwon, which opened the Korean peninsula up to trade with Japan, and this 1905 Treaty of Portsmouth, which is going to turn Korea into a protectorate of the Japanese Empire, there is a rebellion in Korea in 1894. Now, the sources that I read, and I've listed sources in the description pretty extensively, and I've got a little piece of paper here that you surely cannot read as I hold it up, so check out the description. But according to one of the sources that I read, in 1894, this peasant revolt was in reaction to corruption amongst officials and in reaction actually to the growing influence of foreign powers on the Korean peninsula. My source there is Kim Il-sung in the Khrushchev era. When this rebellion breaks out on the Korean peninsula, it is actually the Joseon king, King Kojong, who invites the Qing Empire to come help put down the rebellion. And the Qing Empire obliges and starts to come help the Koreans put down this, what's called the Donghak or Tonghak peasant rebellion. They're invited, but someone else arrives who is not invited. Not just someone else, some people else, some others. About 8,000 Japanese troops also arrive on the Korean peninsula to, quote-unquote, help put down this rebellion. So the Chinese roll in. The Koreans are like, oh, hello, we invited you. And then they turn around and the Japanese are rolling in. They're like, we're also here to help. We definitely are concerned. Forget to the side that the Japanese were meddling in Korea this whole time, probably helped instigate this rebellion, helped instigate a different thing in the mid 1880s. They're stirring up trouble, pushing for reforms, trying to get their claws into the Korean government. And then they arrive to help during this peasant rebellion. When the Qing, the actual suzerain, we'll get to what that means in a second, of Korea shows up invited, the Japanese also show up and cause trouble. And what do the Japanese do? They assert themselves over the Chinese. And what we actually have between 1894 and 1895 is what's called the First Sino-Japanese War. Now, There is a second Sino-Japanese War. Obviously, at the time, it wasn't called the first because they didn't know there was going to be a second. The second Sino-Japanese War is when Japan invades China in 1937, which I already referenced. This is the first Sino-Japanese War, and similar actually to the second Sino-Japanese War. It's going to be a place where Japan uses Korea and Manchuria as a bridgehead to attack, to assert themselves on the mainland. Now, this particular Sino-Japanese War, the Japanese absolutely dominate the Qing Empire. The Qing Empire is deeply weakened already. They went through a loss of about 20 million through the Taiping Rebellion between 1850 and 1864. Remember, they've also been through 2 opium wars. And towards the end of the century, the Western powers, the British power in particular, are going to force them to lease the new territories around Hong Kong, and Hong Kong itself in perpetuity to them. So the Qing Empire is deeply weakened. And in this Sino-Japanese War, they are roundly defeated and sue for peace very early on. And it's going to result then in a Japanese victory and a treaty called the Treaty of Shimonoseki. All right, I made a cut so I could write down Shimonoseki in a different color to make sure that you have, can you see that okay? To make sure that you have a little diversity here on the boards that's not just all generic black text. There, as I've said before, there's no rhyme or reason to the colors I'm using. The Treaty of Shimonoseki, the end of the Sino-Japanese War. The Japanese emerged victorious. The Treaty of Shimonoseki did a few things. Most important to our story, most material to our story, it forced the Qing Empire, it forced China to recognize that Korea was independent. Up until this moment, China saw Korea and Korea saw China as a big brother, as the suzerain, as the informal imperial hierarchy above, the heavenly empire above actually the Joseon Dynasty, above the Yi Dynasty. And Korea was seen as a vassal of China up until this moment. We'll cover this in more detail in just a moment. Japan forces China to basically say, we're not informally, formally, or in any other way in charge in Korea. We have no say. Korea is independent. This is a confirmation of, remember that language in the Treaty of Kangwa, 1876, in which Japan forced Korea to assert that they were sovereign. Now you can see why. The Japanese wanted the Koreans to assert they were sovereign because it was perceived that Korea was a vassal of China. Even if at this moment that vassalage was highly weakened, it was still something where China said, Korea is ours. Korea is in our sphere of influence. And they continued actually to increase their meddling, so to speak, or their influence, their direct hands-on approach in Korea in the decade or two after the Treaty of Kangwa. And so therefore Japan in the Sino-Japanese War, in the Treaty of Shimonoseki, wanted now China to say that out loud. Korea had already said it out loud, even if they didn't believe it. We're sovereign. We can have relations with Japan without asking China for permission. Now here at the end of the Sino-Japanese War, now China is also forced to say, yes, indeed, Korea is independent of us. There are other pieces that are interesting, but not really material for us, so I won't dwell on them. One is that China ceded the island of Taiwan to Japan, which then holds sovereignty and control over Taiwan until the end of World War II, contributing to a very complicated history, but one in which Taiwanese identity is mixed a little bit. And today's Taiwan has lots of influences from Japan, and it's not 100% uniquely Chinese as the CCP today would want us all to believe. Another thing that happened was a series of other islands were ceded to Japan from China. And then last, China was forced to pay a large indemnity, a state which really isn't in a position to be paying a bunch of money in indemnities. They are financially weak and on the decline. And now they also have to pay war indemnities to the Japanese for a war they didn't start. It's a big mess. It is a series, part actually of the series of what the Chinese refer to as the unequal treaties, most of them being unequal with the West, like the Opium War treaties that followed. This one is with the Japanese, and it is part of the chip that China to this day has on its shoulder about how it was exploited and abused in the 19th century. So then with the Treaty of Shimonoseki, Japan has China out of the way. With the Treaty of Kangwa, the obstinate, so to speak, in the Korean government is pushed out of the way. So over the course of a couple decades, Japan has increased its influence in Korea, though not really decisively until about 10 years later, when Russia, the Empire of Russia, is pushed out, is told to back off Korea. They've been poking around since about 1860. In 1905, the Treaty of Portsmouth, Korea becomes formally a protectorate of the Japanese Empire. Japan then, from 1905 onwards, is in the driver's seat, so to speak, of Korea. And it is not until 1945, at the end of World War II, when that grip, that tight grip that Japan has on Korea, will be removed. So that's one player, that's one seat at the table. So now I want to address the second seat at the table, the Russians and the Russian Empire, which are also very interested in Korea. Now really from like the time of Peter the Great and Catherine the Great, Russia has been interested in warm water ports. Now, often that's, in the Black Sea, and not really we don't think of East Asia when we think about that, but really Russia sees itself as wanting to have a large sphere of influence. And the Russian Empire in 1860 under Tsar Alexander II. Alexander II is also notable for actually helping to end the feudal system and free the serfs, so to speak, at a similar time as Abraham Lincoln was emancipating or signing the Emancipation Proclamation and advocating for the 13th Amendment in the United States. Tsar Alexander II, if I'm not mistaken, is assassinated by a group called the People's Will not long after that. So, no good-ish deed goes unpunished, but we're getting a little bit off the beaten trail. In 1860, Russia is going to annex a portion of Manchuria that is bordering modern-day Korea at the Paektu, Mount Paektu, which is the modern border between China and Korea. I believe it's called the Tumen River, where Russia annexes basically up until what would become the modern Korean border. So remember I was saying before this Russo-Japanese War kicked off that Japan was trying to potentially, whether in good faith or not, cut a deal with the Russians. Part of that deal was like, okay, we see that you annex Manchuria up to this point with the the northern Korean border. How about some sort of quid pro quo where you recognize that Korea is ours and we recognize that Manchuria is ours. This area that you've annexed in 1860, we will formalize it as the Japanese Empire and say, yeah, that's the case. And the Russians say, no dice. That's 1904. That's a little bit later. 1866, I believe it is, the Russians, like several other powers, send gunboats to shooty at the Koreans and try to get them to trade with them. So they join the chorus of the French, the Americans, the Japanese. The Russians are also going to play their part with gunboats, telling the Koreans, hey, trade with us, or we're going to fire on you. In 1885, the Russians are going to have formal diplomatic relations opened up with the Koreans. That's 1884. 1885, there's some secret conversations that occur about whether actually Korea could become a protectorate of Russia. So the idea is like playing the various powers against each other. You have the Japanese coming in, you have the Russians coming in, you have the Western powers, you have China. What if Russia was actually the protector of Korea, right? Instead of what is eventually going to happen, Japan becomes the protector of Korea. And one of the more fascinating aspects of this Russian-Korean relationship actually occurs in 1897, when the Japanese execute Queen Min of Korea. Queen Min in 1885 is part of a faction in the Korean government that prefers China over Japan. Remember, we have the Treaty of Shimonoseki that says that China has now acknowledged Korean independence, but there is still a faction within Korea that wants that old relationship with China. Queen Min represents that faction, and therefore a very ambitious or ruthless General Miura of Japan has Queen Min assassinated. So, therefore, to preserve his own life, King Kojong of the Joseon Empire, or will be called the Joseon Empire in 1897, the Joseon Dynasty. At these last couple moments of just the dynasty title, King Kojong actually hides in the Russian delegation in Seoul. He goes basically into a diplomatic compound, an embassy if you prefer that term, and he hides out there and actually kind of governs Korea from inside diplomatic protection. Russia also meddles in the Treaty of Shimonoseki. After the paper is drawn and the ink is dried or whatever, the signatures are given, Russia, along with France and Germany, I believe, intervene to tell Japan, hey, actually, the terms of that agreement are going to knock off the balance of power in Southeast Asia. So actually, the control of the Liaodong Peninsula and Port Arthur that you have negotiated via the Treaty of Shimonoseki, that's not valid. Actually, you need to give that back to China. And so somehow they convinced Japan to do that. And what does Russia do immediately after that in like 1895, 1896? Well, what do you know? They lease Port Arthur, they lease the Liaodong Peninsula, and the Japanese are like, what are you doing? You said we were trying to balance power, and now you're taking advantage of that to lease territories that we were supposed to give back to the Chinese. You're sheltering the Korean king in your diplomatic compound. You're meddling in our sphere of influence in Korea. We don't like that at all. Well, 1904, we know what happens. The outbreak of the Russo-Japanese War. Japan takes their revenge on the Russian Empire, on now Tsar Nicholas II, who's been coronated, I believe, in 1886. I'll put the correct year up on the screen if I've made a mistake. So what happens to Russia at the Portsmouth conference after the treaty is signed? Well, Russia is ejected from not just Korea, but Manchuria as well. So the results for the Russian is that they are ejected from Manchuria. And basically they are told their sphere of influence is far, far smaller than they think it should be. And this is an embarrassing defeat for the Russians. First of all, there's an aspect of race here that the barbarian Japanese, these non-Westerners, defeated them. It's a lot different than had Napoleon actually conquered Russia or something, or had the French, had the Germans rolled in and conquered Russia, right? Like there's a distinct embarrassment by having a quote unquote Asiatic civilization defeat the Russians. And there is a sense that Tsar Nicholas II and the reign of the Tsars is profoundly weak. It's going to contribute actually to the 1905 revolution that putters out, but does lead to some reforms in the Russian Empire under the Tsars, leads to the land reforms of Pyotr Stolypin, a statesman who becomes the Tsar's sort of right-hand man in the Duma, and Prime Minister of Russia. None of this is actually going to fundamentally change Russian society enough to prevent their revolution of 1917. First the February Revolution, then the October Revolution, in which the Bolsheviks come to power. So this 1905 Portsmouth Treaty, the cession of Manchuria and its influence, the intense loss to Japan out of the Russo-Japanese War is actually going to inspire a lot of change back home in Russia, and eventually then it will fall and become the Soviet Union. And therefore Russia after 1905 is going to be an irrelevant player in this area until the end of World War II, when it returns as a triumphant member of the Allies under Joseph Stalin and under a new name as the Soviet Union to take half of Korea and occupy it north of the 38th parallel. And so now let's talk about the hosts of the Portsmouth Treaty, the hosts of the Portsmouth negotiation that ended the Russo-Japanese War. President Roosevelt, I tried to look into this. President Roosevelt is not personally present in Maine/New Hampshire at this time. My understanding is that the delegates, the representatives, went across the border of New Hampshire and Maine on a regular basis. The Portsmouth Navy Yard is on the Maine side, and then their lodging was on the New Hampshire side. Somebody in the comments can correct me on that. President Roosevelt was deeply involved in setting up the conference and deeply involved in some of the last stretches of the negotiation. He was not physically present, so he was like using representatives and telegrams and things like that. Somebody can correct me down in the bottom. So the third member at the table is the United States of America, which has been playing a somewhat, that's a little bit too light, isn't it? I'll go back to the black marker. It has been playing a bit role in Asia. So during the Opium Wars, for example, the United States was trading in Canton, is present, and does have sort of its own unique relationships to these Asian Asiatic powers. But obviously the USA is not yet a superpower, is not yet really an empire. It is the end of the 19th century when we really see the dawn of American imperialism. That's not to say we haven't seen American expansionism in places like the territories of the West that are held by Mexico, or even just like the purchase of Louisiana at the start of the century, the Louisiana Territory that is, or the acquisition of the Northwest Territory from Great Britain, or Florida from Spain. It is not to say, just to be clear, that the USA is not grabbing up land, contiguous land prior to the prior to the late 19th century. It is only to say that the idea of an American empire is really championed by folks like Teddy Roosevelt, who's involved here in Portsmouth in 1905. And like I said, prior to this, the U.S. is playing a more bit part in Asia. They are going to participate in the Opium Wars. I don't know if they participate in the first Opium War. I just can't remember. It's been a while since I looked at it, but I know that they're involved in the second Opium War. They're involved actually in the Taiping Rebellion, not directly via the government, but there's like lots of mercenaries that involved themselves in that war. And of course, they are now, in Teddy Roosevelt's little perspective here, they are playing a part in the balance of power in East Asia. And Roosevelt, via it's called the Taft-Katsura or Tatsura Agreement in 1905, formally recognizes actually that Japan has a sphere of influence in Southeast Asia. Roosevelt is interested in developing these realpolitik spheres of influence, just like you would expect from someone like Otto von Bismarck. I'm not saying he's a mastermind or like a good person, but rather he is starting to think about these things on behalf of the United States. And yeah, in that agreement with Katsura, William Howard Taft, by the way, is the next president of the United States, and my spirit animal, nice big guy, buried in Arlington National Cemetery right here in Washington, D.C. People always go to see the John F. Kennedy Cemetery, or rather the John F. Kennedy grave at the cemetery, but not to see William Howard Taft. What a disservice to the great man's memory. That's a joke. He was a bit of a weirdo. Okay. The USA recognized Japan's sphere of influence in Asia, in Southeast Asia, in Korea, in Manchuria, and then Teddy Roosevelt, fearing a bit of actual, that like Japan has gone too hard, that Japan has actually kicked Russia's butt so bad that they're going to overpower and knock off the balance of power. Roosevelt intervenes to help negotiate the end of the Russo-Japanese War. And at this point in time, the USA has, for about half a century, contained interests in Korea proper. So in 1866, in August of 1866, a U.S. captained gunboat called the General Sherman actually goes up the river. I think it's called the Taedong River. This is in 1866, and actually approaches Pyongyang and tries to, again, force trade to take place. Now, though the ship is captained by an American, it has like a mixed crew. I think there's some Malays on board. There's some British people on board. And the General Sherman in 1866 goes up the river, gets stuck, and then everyone on board gets killed. And there's a period of time where no one knows what has happened. The Koreans have just killed all of the people on the General Sherman. Part of the North Korean hagiography that's going to come out in the 20th century is that the great-grandfather of Kim Il-sung was present when the General Sherman got stuck and was part of the Korean contingent that killed all of the passengers. Basically, you can see the representation there is like Kim Il-sung, this fighter of this person who pushed back all the imperial powers out of North Korea. It goes back. He has a lineage. His great-grandpappy was also helping to push back, the imperial Americans all the way back in 1866. Whether that's actually true, we don't know. Probably not. In response, once the Americans actually figure out that it was the Koreans that did that, there is an attempt, a more direct attempt by an actual American crewed ship in 1871 to fire gunboats, I believe also at Kangwa Island. Basically, everybody's going up to this port and like shooting and telling the Koreans, trade with us, dang it, trade with us. So the Americans do the same thing in 1871. Also, I believe it's part of like the retribution of the killing of the entirety of the crew of the General Sherman and its American captain. It is not until about 1880, 1881 that America and Korea have formal diplomatic relations opened up. And actually the Koreans open a foreign embassy/delegation in the United States. In 1882, the Koreans and the Americans negotiate a treaty of amity and commerce. And actually, I was pointed to this by Seth in a concise history of modern Korea, that a Korean delegate actually kowtowed in front of President Chester Arthur. As kowtow is like this formalized bowing that you would do when you visited the Heavenly Dynasty in China on a visit as the suzerain, or as the junior partner in the suzerainty, so to speak. You would go and you would kowtow before the emperor. There were lots of controversies in the 1800s about foreign powers trying to get to see the emperor of the Heavenly Dynasty, of this Qing dynasty, and not wanting to subjugate themselves and kowtow in the proper manner. The Americans are shocked, and there's this actual picture I found, or illustration of the Korean delegate kowtowing to President Chester Arthur, and he's like, what? And the USA is going to build an embassy, I believe in 1896 or 7, that is going to be near the royal palace of King Kojong. And so the Americans are present in Korea until, of course, the Japanese take that full protectorate role in 1905, and spoiler alert, full annexation in 1910. The USA, of course, is going to return to Korea at the end of World War II to occupy the southern half of the peninsula on behalf of the Allied powers and begin to form South Korea. But as of the Portsmouth Treaty, that is not actually the case of what's going on. They're going to retain, presumably, their embassy here since they're involved in negotiating the end of this war, but they are not going to hold the sway that they desire to have in Korea. Just finished clearing the board because I want to now address the elephant in the room, or the elephant that was not in the room, so to speak, at the Treaty of Portsmouth negotiations in 1905. The USA is there mediating. The Japanese are there trying to build their empire. The Russians are there trying not to lose too much of their sphere of influence. The Chinese aren't there, even though they have for millennia, or for over a millennium, laid claim to the Korean peninsula in some way, shape, or form. Who else was not at the table? Korea was not at the table. And that's what we absolutely have to address next. Korea on its own terms. It's enough talking around and around. I think you've got enough of the context to start to understand Korea, and at the time, the Joseon Dynasty on its own terms. So that's what I want to talk about next. Before I do, just real quick, I want to tell you that preparation for this video involved about 20 different books. I did not read all 20 books cover to cover in the last couple weeks, though I have read several books at the Library of Congress, cover to cover, taken extensive notes. I read a lot of books before doing my video on North Korean leaders. I've sourced everything down below. I've got the main list here of books that I used. I've listed those first on the list, and I have a lot of gratitude to the historians who made this lecture possible. I struggle to kind of mention the historiography I'm noticing today. I try to do really good about citing sources, saying where I get things. I do not claim to be an expert on Korea. I do not speak or write Korean, and I just want to make that absolutely clear that I'm relying on the work of others, and I've tried to tag as many books as I possibly can. Go buy them. Go support those who've done the actual legwork to make this lecture possible. I am standing on the shoulders of giants, so to speak. When I talk about American history and American politics, I'm speaking of a place of actual expertise. I don't think that's too bold to claim. When I talk about other places like Russia and China and Korea, I do my due diligence. I do a lot of work. I have to rely on others. And that said, part of my due diligence is a pretty overwhelming amount of research and reading that I do. And therefore, I humbly request, you see where this is going, your financial support. I was overwhelmed a couple lectures ago when I mentioned that I might want some financial support, and so many people jumped over, told me to keep my ads on YouTube, make that money, sir, is what a lot of people said. I made these videos ad-free on Spotify, on Patreon, they're ad-free on Nebula, and of course I've made them non-paywalled on my Substack Present Prologue History. And so therefore I ask, these historians have given me great information. The Library of Congress has given me free access to a lot of resources. I purchased Seth's book on Kim Il-sung, and Tertitskiy's book on Kim Il-sung. I rented a lot of books from the library, or borrowed a lot of books from the library. I'm rambling now because I really hate asking for money. I'm asking you humbly to consider chipping in even just $1 on Patreon to make these lectures sustainable in the long run. Okay, I hate asking for money. We're done with that. Someone asked, last time I asked for donations, whether I was people were like, am I being manipulated? This seems like a really good pitch for money. Maybe it's too good. And I'll just tell you that I make a part-time income from YouTube. I've been a little bit more upfront about the exact dollar amount with patrons and stuff behind the scenes. For the general audience, I won't be specific, but let's just say it's a part-time income for a life here in Washington, D.C., which is quite expensive and becoming more expensive on a regular basis. So, no, I'm not manipulating you. I am just humbly asking you to just think about pitching in $1. I want to keep this free for everyone. If you are not able to pitch in, please do not. I am well aware that times are tough. Okay, enough of that crap. Let's move on to talk about Korea. As I just said, Korea has China over here, right? You've got the Korean Peninsula, and China's this big blob over here. Obviously, you've got Russia stretching across and dip down into Manchuria, at least until the 1905 Treaty of Portsmouth. Oh, we got a little reflection going on. There, that should be better. We've got, obviously, Japan just across the water here. And Taiwan's going to be down here. Korea is surrounded, okay? And obviously the Western powers are all coming up, the USA and the UK, Portugal, France, even Germany is involved in some of this stuff. Remember, they were involved in the triple intervention after the Treaty of Shimonoseki. Korea is sat in the middle of this. So does Korea have any agency in this whole situation? Does Korea recognize its encirclement? And how do we consider this situation on Korea's own terms? They are not present at the negotiations in 1905 in Portsmouth, and yet their destiny for the next decades is decided there. So what does Korea think of itself? If you are a Korean peasant out on a tenancy farmer in this feudal-ish scenario, this Neo-Confucian feudalism, this hierarchical society, what do you see your peninsula as? Well, later in the 19th century and growing considerably in the 1900s, you will begin to develop a sense of nationalism, a more modern sense of a nation state. And particularly after World War II, this Korean nationalism is going to lead to pretty aggressive drives in the North and South to reunify, because for over 1,200 years prior to becoming a protectorate of Japan in 1905, Korea is a unified peninsula-ish. Okay, let me be specific. Let me help you out here. Let me help myself out here by writing this all out. I don't have this all memorized. I'm not a super encyclopedia. I've got a bunch of notes I took down below. And occasionally I have a brain fart. I make a cut and I go look. Okay, the historical, or let's call it the place where history and legend mix, is in the Joseon Goseon. Oh my God, I gotta make a cut and fix this. Goodness gracious. Okay. 2333 BC is the legendary formation of what is called the Old Joseon or Joseon Dynasty, the Joseon Dynasty. And I put the little accent over the O, but traditionally or in Latinization, if the little accent's over the O, you leave the E out. Joseon Dynasty is legendarily formed in 2333 BC. This is a dynasty that is not consisting of the entirety of the Korean peninsula, and it is not until the kingdom of Silla, unifies in 668 roughly, or begins to unify in 668, that the Korean peninsula takes on that unified dimension that we would recognize today. But the reason I bring up the Joseon Dynasty is because when, like, for example, Chinese nationalists will talk about 5,000 years of Chinese history, even though the political dimensions of China probably, like in terms of a unified China, don't really exist until far later. The idea is that there is some sort of Chinese-ness that goes back for 5,000 years, some sort of history that can be traced, particularly in the Chinese case with the Han ethnicity. The Koreans have a similar perception of themselves. This legendary date, lends itself to the idea that Korea has a unified history that goes back thousands of years. That's not true. At least it's probably not literally true. It is certainly not true that someone over 2,000 years before the year 1, right, would have said, I am a Korean and I am part of the Korean nation state. Obviously, that's not true. It is true, of course, to say that the identity of the Korean people has roots that go back quite a long way. And the other reason I bring it up is because closer to the year 1, so in about 200 BC-ish, funny enough, the capital of the Joseon Dynasty is in what today is the capital of North Korea, Pyongyang. So there is a connection to the present here, a historical capital that is going to help contribute to the decision by the Soviets, who are the Soviet 25th Red Army that's coming in to occupy the northern part of the peninsula in 1945. Part of the reason they choose Pyongyang as their base of operations for the 25th Army, Soviet Army, is because it's this ancient capital. So they think maybe it has some sort of thoughtful, antique legitimacy to it. In the 400s, another dynasty, a non-unified dynasty of the Goguryeo, the old Goguryeo dynasty, is also going to call Pyongyang their capital. But again, we're going to skip them because it's just kind of interesting, but not super duper relevant to our exploration here today. Like I said, you have the kingdom of Silla, which for the first time in 668 begins the process of unifying the Korean peninsula in a way that we would look at it today and say, that kind of looks like the Korea we know. That's going to be broken apart a little bit in the 700s. And it is actually in 108 BC, roughly speaking, that the Chinese have their first major intervention in Korea. The Han Dynasty actually conquers part of the northern Korean peninsula, and this is the first time that Korea is therefore interfered with, so to speak, by the Chinese. It's going to begin a millennia-long intervention, or various separated interventions and suzerain relationship, vassal relationship between Korea and China. Like I said, between 668 and 676 or so, the Silla Kingdom is going to unify the peninsula in a way that we would recognize today. It's like, oh, that kind of looks like modern Korea. That's going to be broken up in the 700s for a brief period. And then in the 900s, a new dynasty, a new kingdom is going to emerge. The Goryeo, sometimes written like this, with a little accent, the Goryeo, sorry. You can hear the Korea. You can hear Korea, the modern name for Korea, in this particular kingdom and its unification of the Korean peninsula. And Korea is not really going to be deunified from the 900s on. And if you accept a little blip in time in the 700s, really from the mid 600s or the late 600s on, Korea, it's not going to be a nation state, but it is going to be a unified entity under some sort of dynasty. that period between like 668, 670s, all the way up to like 1905, 1910, that's like 1200 years and some change. Okay, so over a millennium of unification under various monarchs and dynasties. And if you consider that even under Japanese annexation, Korea was not like divided up a bunch, right? Like Korea remained still just a part of the Japanese Empire as Korea, then really you could say that Korea has, prior to the end of World War II in 1945, something bordering 1,300 years of unification. So I'm sitting here in Washington, D.C. I happen to be recording this video at the time of the 250th anniversary of the American independence in 1776. 250 years versus 1,300 years. It's pretty wild. And you can see why after World War II, that temporary split of Korea on the 38th parallel between the northern part of the peninsula and the southern part of the peninsula was absolutely not the natural state of things, quote unquote, natural state of things for people living on the Korean peninsula. 1,300 years of relative unity with a little blip here and a disintegration of dynasty over there and an invasion over here. 1,300 years. 1,300. Okay, I'll stop belaboring that point. It's a long time. And it's going to have its name, Koryo, right? From the 900s. So really, long period of time. So one of the books that I purchased at full price, it was actually quite expensive because it's new, Forever President by Michael J. Seth. This is from late 2025. Tertitskiy also has a book out from 2025, just a few months earlier, on Kim Il-sung, a biography of Kim Il-sung. But in Forever President by Michael J. Seth, he put it this way: from 676 to 1910, there's not a radical change in the state's basic institutions. So not only is there a simple unity geographically of Korea and its peninsula, but there's not a radical change in the basic institutions of the state. So geographically and politically. Another couple things that really are interesting here in this particular dynasty, and that is that there is a process of Sinicization. I think I spelled that correctly. Sinicization. Sino, right, would be the shorthand or the prefix for saying Chinese, right, in the English language. We had the Sino-Japanese War earlier, and that's probably would have been a better time to mention that prefix for the first time. Anyway, Korea in this period of time is greatly influenced, and particularly from the 1000s, so the 11th century, it is profoundly influenced by China. And in fact, it is the elites, the so-called Yangban of Korea, Yangban, which are a class of hereditary feudal lords, basically, a hereditary class of landowners and elites that, alongside the various monarchs of the various dynasties on the Korean peninsula, run society all the way up until until they're subsumed into the Japanese Empire in 1905, 1910, and then to a great extent in the north, eradicated or kicked out in 1945, 1946. And it is this class that actually, this class of people and the court of the Koryo that take on the Chinese traditional text as their means of writing, for their writing system. They adopt in the 11th century, the so-called Neo-Confucian ideology, religion, statecraft way of running society that comes directly from influence that they have received from China. And it is actually during the Koryo dynasty in the 11th century that Chinese-style civil service exams are also made part of the bureaucracy of the state in Korea. So Korea has its own dynasty, has its own civilization, so to speak, is influenced earlier than this by Confucianism, just a little bit, and then in the 11th century it is something called Neo-Confucianism that becomes an influential part of Korean It's almost wrote something else. Neo-Confucianism becomes part of Korean society, and actually the next dynasty, the Joseon Dynasty, is going to be founded on it's going to be part of the foundation of the Joseon state. That is, Neo-Confucianism is going to be part of that state. So what is Neo-Confucianism? So I have to admit, I had to try to figure this out for this lecture. And I can only give you a half-baked explanation. I tried my best. When I say half-baked, I don't mean like bad. I just mean like a non-expert opinion on the matter. There's a lot of Buddhist influence that comes into China over the centuries. There's a human who likely existed named Siddhartha Gautama, who would go on to be called the Buddha in India. And Buddhism itself would then spread into places like China. It is an importation from India that would then go to the Korean Peninsula and, of course, influence the really famous version of Zen Buddhism in Japan, Chan Buddhism, as it's called in China. I don't know what the word for it in Korea, or the way it's pronounced in Korea. But the point is that Buddhism comes in and starts to influence Confucianism, and there is a reaction to that by a influential thinker by the name of Zhuxi, Zhuxi, who is in his own day decried as like a revisionist and a loopy guy. But his view of the world, his version of Confucianism, this Neo-Confucianism, is basically a repurification of Confucianism in his eyes. Well, what the hell does that mean, William? What are you talking about? Well, let's just keep it in broad brushstrokes and simple, because if I go any more detailed, I'll embarrass myself. Confucianism, and Neo-Confucianism in particular, is an extremely hierarchical way of running society, of seeing the universe itself. There is hierarchy within the family. You obey the father. The children obey the father. The mother, presumably the woman in the nuclear family, also obeys the father. This hierarchy there. The father obeys his father, and that goes all the way up the chain to the monarch, him or herself, usually himself, that there is an obedience up the chain and a rigid obedience to that hierarchy. If you're a tenant farmer, you are obedient to the yangban, the landlord, so to speak, the hereditary landlord that to whom you pay rent and to whom you rely on the permission to till your land, to keep some of it for yourself, and to then pay some rent to that yangban. There is a rigidity to this system. There is a rigidity to the yangban system that will mean that Korea is largely, I don't want to use the word stagnant, but stable over the course of centuries and centuries and centuries. That the tippy top of that hierarchy, eventually the state or the dynasty that's going to take on this Neo-Confucianism on, I wanted to name a drug, but I don't want to get my video demonetized, so I'll say something else. An accelerated hardcore version of Neo-Confucianism is the Joseon Dynasty. It's often romanized as Joseon, but it's really Joseon, like Joe's son from one of the little pronunciation videos I found on YouTube to help me say that correctly. In 1392, the Joseon state, and the Joseon state is run by the Yi dynasty, the Yi family, basically. And they are going to be founded on the basis of Neo-Confucianism, is going to be part of the foundation of that state in the 14th century. And unlike what you might expect, because of this Neo-Confucian root to the Joseon dynasty in 1392, which, by the way, is going to survive really until 1907, but we're going to go ahead and, for the purposes of this, say 1897, and I'll explain why a little bit later. The Joseon state, which is going to exist for these 500 years, it's not going to have the goal that you would expect most power to have. What do I mean by that? I think it's natural in the West. I don't know if this is really an East-West thing, but for now, just follow me. Thucydides' History of the Peloponnesian War. There is a Athenian representing the Athenian Empire, I believe to Corinth. I can't recall the exact scenario, but the Athenian ambassador or delegate says to a group of people, the reason that Athens' empire expands is because, one, we're awesome. Two, because it is natural. It is almost the natural way of things for empires to expand. Power expands. Power doesn't stay still. There's no stagnance in this world. It's sort of the quasi-metaphysics being built up there in this excerpt from Thucydides' History of the Peloponnesian War. That's not really the case with the Joseon Dynasty, with the Yi Dynasty and the Joseon state. By the way, Choson is often written also Choson for its Romanized version with a little accent over the O. So Joseon. The Joseon state actually, according to all the sources I read, prioritized more of a continuity, an equilibrium over the course of time. A centralized power, that is the monarch or the ruler of the Joseon dynasty of this Yi family, sitting over top a society that does not alter very much with the centuries. So underneath the Joseon Yi king is a civil service made of people who have been versed in this hierarchical Neo-Confucian way, that are using Chinese characters to write, even when they're writing in Korean, they're writing using Chinese characters. They are taking civil service exams in the Chinese Neo-Confucian style, and they are administering a society in which others of their Yangban class are hereditary feudal lords overseeing a grand mass of peasant farmers, people who are tenant farmers. One of the latest census of lands in 1820 showed that something like, at the turn of the 20th century, in the late 1800s, there was a survey of land carried out, and it showed that something like 75%, according to Bruce Cumings in The Origins of the Korean War, something like 75% of peasant farmers were renting their land from landlords, from these yangban. So you've got the feudal tenant farmers underneath the hereditary yangban that are administered by a lot of the times their own class, yangban, that are trained in the Neo-Confucian hierarchical way. And they sit under a king of the Joseon state who is not necessarily interested in extracting any more from his gentry than is absolutely necessary just to keep the equilibrium of the state flowing, just to keep disputes and big uprisings to a minimum, basically to keep the ship of state going along and along and along for centuries with minimal disruptions. Now, you might be saying, why are you belaboring this point? Who cares? This is a millennium ago. This is centuries ago at the very least. Why does this matter? The reason it matters is because in the 19th century, when the foreign powers, the empires, Japan, when the Americans start coming with their gunboats, when the French start showing up, when the Russians start showing up, when empires and dynasties fight for influence over the Korean peninsula, the instinct of the Koreans is to repel those foreigners, to tell anyone who comes to visit Korea, please go away. We are not interested, broadly speaking, in change. We have here an old society. We do not need anything disrupting the equilibrium that we have built up over the course of 500 years. Please keep your distance. In the late Joseon period, that is going from the 1600s towards the modern day, the Joseon Dynasty picks up a moniker that might sound familiar to you. The Joseon Dynasty begins to be called a hermit kingdom. A hermit kingdom. Now, have you ever heard the phrase or the moniker hermit kingdom in the context of Korea before? You probably have, because it is a term that is often used for the communist North Korean state that has existed since roughly 1948. There was a period of decades where the North Koreans played different powers off of each other, but around the time that the Soviet Union collapsed and there was a great famine in North Korea in the 1990s, 1980s too, when the North Koreans tried to intervene with terrorism to stop the Seoul Olympics, there has been a general isolation of the North Korean regime that has earned it the moniker of Hermit Kingdom. They interact with the Chinese. Funny enough, they're a vassal state of the Chinese right now. I think it's easy to say that without the Chinese Communist Party, that the North Koreans would not exist anymore today. They would have collapsed, or they would have gone more into the Russian sphere of influence. That's a game that Kim Jong Un, as of the making of this video, is triangulating that relationship pretty interestingly. Very much like his grandfather did, but I'm getting a little bit off the beaten trail. The point is that because of North Korea's strict closure to outsiders, lack of freedom of travel from people outside of North Korea, but even within North Korea, there is a deep sense of needed isolation to maintain the regime, to keep the monolithic ideology of the state protected. And you could say, not that it's not determined, past doesn't determine the present. I want to be careful not to make such metaphysical claims, but rather you could just simply identify a parallel between Korea's past and Korea's present through this moniker of the Hermit Kingdom, the Kingdom of Herman. If you're watching this and your name is Herman, hello, man from the Munsters. And also, is that even a common name anymore? The Hermit Kingdom of the Joseon Dynasty mimics or parallels the North Korean Hermit Kingdom moniker. It's just a little fascinating tidbit of history. The Joseon wanted to keep outsiders out, even their suzerain, to whom they were the vassal, the Chinese. Often in their history, when the Chinese would come visit after the year 1600, when they would bring these delegations from the emperor, they would often be restricted in where they could go. They would be brought into Korea, into Seoul, and they would be kind of isolated, quarantined, so that they couldn't go out and interact with the people, even though the Korean state was the vassal of China, was a Neo-Confucian state, a way of looking at the world imported from China. Even their granddaddy who came to visit, the Qing, the Ming, no. Stay arm's length away from us. That's not even to mention the hostility and the aversion to outside influence beyond the Chinese. You think they're careful with the Chinese, you have to shoot at their islands, right? If you're the Japanese, to force trade. The Americans try to force trade through gunboats. The Russians, the French, everybody is messing with the Korean peninsula. And this insulated Joseon dynasty says no outsiders, no adaptation, no changes. It is an inherently conservative, hierarchical way of looking at the world, which helps to explain why the 19th and first half of the 20th century were so fundamentally disruptive to Korea. Trade itself is not valued in Neo-Confucianism. You play your role in society and that's it. Trade, especially trade that involves profit, is a way of taking from the existing hierarchy and exploiting that without actually adding value. It is something that the Joseon state is not particularly fond of. It also might lead to a lack of balance because extra trade and trade with the outside creates new power dynamics, creates new influences, creates disruption, and God forbid, a little bit of growth. And then you might have a larger and more powerful aristocracy, right? That then disrupts the the Yi dynasty, the Joseon state, or Joseon state, excuse me. Another good way of looking at how this dynamic plays out is the arrival of Catholicism and eventually Protestantism in Korea. Today, there's a sizable amount of Korean Christians. And at the turn of the 20th century, so in the year 1900, 1% roughly of the Korean population was Christian. But for the 100 years and change prior to that, there was a great aversion in Korea to the influence of Catholics in particular. In the 1790s, there was about 5,000-ish Korean Catholics. Since that's such a specific number, I wanted to quote where I got it from: Korea, Where the American Century Began by Pembroke. That's 2018. And actually, I think it's 4,000 or 5,000. And starting in the 1800s, there was an attempt by the Joseon court to stop the influence, the arrival of Christianity. And why? From the very earliest moments that Catholicism started to arrive on the Korean peninsula, it was treated with a lot of skepticism. I was pointed to a 1758 decree that basically banned Korean Christianity. I could not verify that information, so I went looking for another primary document, and I found a primary document from an advisor to King Jong Un, who was warning the king about Christianity arriving on the Korean peninsula, calling it, quote, an evil transgressing ethics and laws, an evil influence, it's a quote, and a system of seeing the world with, quote, three fathers. And I want to hone in on that as like the exemplification of what I'm discussing here, of seeing everything from the outside as a threat to Neo-Confucianism. When this advisor to the Joseon king says that Christianity has three fathers, what is that referring to? Well, if you know your theology, you know that there's the Father, Son, and Holy Ghost in Christianity. Now, obviously, we don't need to get caught up in the fact that it's the Father, the Son, and not the second Father, and not the third Father, the Holy Ghost. But you can see how a Neo-Confucian way of seeing the world, in which you have one Father to whom you respond, or one superior to whom you are loyal, right? If you're the peasant, you're loyal to the Yangban loyal to the king. In your family, the children are loyal to their father. There's only one of them, right? So everyone has their one singular father that goes up the line of fathers. And yes, it's very patriarchal. I don't think I need to tell you that. Christianity comes along and it's like the Father, Son, and Holy Ghost. You got three fathers. So the hierarchy is now, instead of just going up in a straight line, you have, right, like an inverted pyramid. Now you've got three fathers, 1, 2, and 3 going up from you. Which one do you obey? It's a challenge for the Joseon way of seeing the world, for this Neo-Confucian way of understanding the world. It is an outside force influencing Korea, and therefore to the Joseon advisor, to the king, it is a, quote, evil influence. And there's other, beyond just like these sort of esoteric theological ways of looking at the world, or this philosophical way of trying to apply Neo-Confucianism as a critique of Christianity. There's a good reason, maybe not in the 1750s, but in the 1850s, in the latter half of the 19th century, to see Christianity as a disruptive force in Asia. Case in point, the Taiping Rebellion, in which a Chinese guy decided that he was the brother of Jesus Christ and perpetuated a 1850 to 1864 civil war within China against the Qing Empire that led to the death of 20 million people. 20 million people. Before that, you have the Opium Wars that force open China. It's graphically terrible language. I don't know if I said that before. It's rapacious, that language, to force open China in 1840. And who is doing that opening, right? It's the Christians. It's the Christian barbarians that come and intervene in the heavenly kingdom. So just as Christians and the Christian barbarians are attempted at least to be held at arm's length from China, they are rigorously opposed in Korea. And it is that outside influence, again, that I'm trying to point out here, that the Joseon hierarchy does not permit outsiders because that would disrupt the hierarchy. At least that's my current interpretation, having really just started to acquaint myself with the subtlety of the difference between Confucian and Neo-Confucian thought in the last week or so as I started to prepare this video. If someone out there is a subject matter expert and wants to add some subtlety to my interpretation, I welcome criticism because, like I said, not my topic area. Sorry, I just took a sip and grabbed my notes because there, as I've been alluding to, there is one outside group, the Chinese, that have an overweighted influence in Korea. Over the centuries, as we know, when the Chinese delegations are like kept isolated, that even that influence is going to become treated with quite a bit of skepticism. But of course, Korea has taken its Confucianism, its Neo-Confucianism from China. It's been invaded in 108 BC by the Han Dynasty. In the 1250s until about the 1350s, the Mongol Khan, what's going to be called in China the Yuan Dynasty, the short-lived Yuan Dynasty of the Mongols, is also going to roll into Korea and for the first time make Korea a vassal state of the Chinese. So let me write down the dates on the board. Where do I have some space to write this down? Over on the right side here. Let me make sure the totality of the board is available. I'm going to look down at my notes. I want to say it's the 50s until the 1350s, but that seems wrong. Maybe 1276. Let's stop guessing and look. 1258 until the 1350s. One of my sources was explicit that it was 1357, whatever. Roughly speaking, the Yuan dynasty, and you'll notice over the course of Chinese history that like there are these perfect numbers. So like the Qing dynasty supposedly lasted from 1644 to 1912. The Yuan dynasty, the 13th century into the 14th century with like precise years. The Ming dynasty, 1358 until 1644 as well, right? You get these precise numbers. But what really happens in each of the fall of these Chinese dynasties, these interregnums, in which one dynasty is pushing the other out. There's a gradual collapse. China's a big place. Modern warfare is not happening, right? Things are done on a rolling basis. So at some point in the 1350s, the Mongol Yuan dynasty loses its suzerainty over Korea. And so now is a good moment to talk about what a suzerainty is. Let me write down the word suzerainty. Now, a suzerainty is a state. The suzerain is the state. A suzerainty describes the relationship between a suzerain and the vassal. So you might imagine that in an imperial relationship, that in the 19th century, an imperial relationship, the nation state rolls in. Think of like the British Raj in India. First, it was a company sanctioned by the monarch, but let's not get lost in the weeds. In an imperial relationship, the motherland, so to speak, the metropole, in the case of the French Empire over Haiti, directly administers, in most cases, sends administrators into the place that's been conquered in the empire and runs the show, runs the government. Often involves some of the subjugated people in the administration, in the local administration, but the ultimate power usually resides in like a governor general, usually a military official. The Japanese Empire over Korea that's going to take full annexation in 1910 is going to be run by a military man, a governor general, who's going to have broad legislative and executive powers over the entirety of Korea. So there's a direct meddling and control over the affairs in an imperial relationship. In a suzerainty, in which there is a suzerain, that is the analog for the imperial power, right? The bigger power, who is quote unquote controlling or influencing the vassal, which is below the suzerain. What is actually occurring there is not direct control. In the case of the Chinese suzerainty over Korea, the Chinese are exerting influence. They're giving their mark of approval, that is that the heavenly dynasty, the emperor of China, approves of the king of Korea, and they're often offering defensive assistance to their vassal. They're intervening when necessary. And in exchange, the vassal has a grand degree of autonomy to handle its own internal affairs. The Chinese never sought to directly govern the Koreans, at least the Ming and the Qing that I've looked into, or even the Yuan dynasty, the Mongol Yuan dynasty, I believe. They never came in and said, now we're running the show. What they said was, now you're our vassal. You owe us offerings. I can't think of what the word is that I'm trying to think of. I've been going for a couple hours now. But basically, on a regular basis, it was expected that a delegation from Korea would go up to Beijing, would go to see the emperor, would do the elaborate kowtow. Remember, we mentioned the Korean kowtowing to Chester Arthur and confusing him. Perform the ritual, offer resources, currency, whatever, precious metals. Ginseng, I think, was a major thing that would be brought to the Chinese from Korea. Someone can correct me if I'm wrong. And the idea was that they ceremonially recognize the superiority of the Chinese. They ceremonially recognize that they are in China's sphere. They are under the heavenly kingdom, and they're left alone to their own devices, right? So they're left alone. And this relationship plays out again with the Ming dynasty. The Ming dynasty exists from, roughly speaking, 1368 until 1644. The Qing, as we mentioned before, the Manchu dynasty, as it's often called, 1644 until 1812. In about 1401, 1402, the Ming Dynasty, after, ejecting the scraps of the Mongol Yuan Dynasty, will integrate Korea as a vassal state of the Ming Dynasty. And that will last until the Qing come around. Now, remember I said there's a bit of overlap period, right? There are Qing, oh my goodness, what the heck have I done? 1627, I want to say, and 1637. Let me double check my notes, but there's a couple attempted invasions of Korea by the Qing before they are officially, according to historians, given that perfectly even year of 1644 as existing as the Qing dynasty. They are going around asserting themselves over the remnants of the Ming, including over the suzerainty. They're asserting themselves into the vassal state of the Koreans. Let me double check the dates there. Yeah, 1627 and 1636 are the so-called Manchu invasions of Korea, and from 1637 onwards, the Joseon Dynasty is going to be a vassal of the Qing dynasty. So from 1258 to 1357, Korea is a vassal of the Mongol Yuan dynasty. That's going to overlap the Goryeo dynasty. And then, of course, 1392 is going to be when the Joseon dynasty comes in. So they're going to only ever be a vassal of the Ming. That relationship's going to start in 1401, 1402. And then the Qing are going to come in. There's going to be a little bit of an interregnum here where the suzerainty is kind of interrupted. There's a couple of incursions, 1627, 1636, 1627, 1636, and then 1637, the Qing dynasty will assert itself as the suzerain of the vassal of Korea until it is forced to finally recognize in the Treaty of Shimonoseki that we talked about earlier, 1895, after the Sino-Japanese War, when China gets its butt kicked by Japan, in the Treaty of Shimonoseki, finally China admits Korea is not our vassal any longer. And remember, we touched on the Treaty of Ganghwa, 1876. Before then, Korea had sort of acknowledged at that time in the treaty that it was sovereign. It was on the same level of sovereignty as the Japanese. Now you can see why that was important for the Japanese to include. They were getting Korea to say that out loud in an official capacity, that the foreign policy, which up until that point had been run via China, anytime the vassal was threatened, it was the Chinese, the suzerain, that would get involved in helping. So, for example, in the 1500s, when Japan tried on 2 different occasions to invade China via Korea, the Ming Dynasty intervened to help Korea expel the Japanese. And just in a more general foreign policy sense, if you go to Korea in the period of its vassalage to China and said, hey, we'd love to establish diplomatic relations with you, first of all, they wouldn't let you come off the boat onto shore because they'd say, go away. We're the hermit kingdom. Not literally, but you get the point. They would say, go away. But they might also say, go talk to Beijing. We're a vassal state. We don't have foreign policy. We only have our relation to the heavenly kingdom, to the emperor who exists in China. And so earlier when I was mentioning that, like in the 1880s, that the Koreans the Joseon King Kojong started to establish formal diplomatic relations. For example, 1884 with Russia, 1881 with the United States, signing a treaty of amity and commerce. I think they signed treaties with like Italy and France as well, several other powers. And I think specifically when the US and Russia, they actually have outposts in those places. The Chinese actually encouraged them in this period of time in the 1880s to do that, at least in a couple places. This is a breaking of that suzerain-vassal relationship that's actually starting before the Treaty of Shimonoseki out of a sense of a desperate need, right? And in fact, in my reading, it was suggested that when, for example, the USA and Korea established diplomatic relations in 1881, it was the Chinese that told King Kojong, hey, go do that, right? So even in this world where Korea is theoretically sovereign since 1876 via the Treaty of Ganghwa, it is still the Chinese influencing their heretofore vassal, and in fact doing so in a heavier handed way, in a much more direct way than had been going on through the entirety of their relationship. It is the Chinese in the 1880s and up until the Treaty of Shimonoseki that begins to, first of all, to sign an imbalanced treaty with Korea to create a more formal trading relationship, right? They push for modest reforms within the Korean government. They use help from the British to establish a customs house in Korea. They establish that the Russians are going to build rails in Manchuria, kind of approaching Korea. There is a general beginning of opening and reform that is actually instituted via the Qing inside of Korea, even though technically Korea is no longer China's vassal, in order to try to counteract the influence that the Japanese Empire is now lording over Korea. And it is those tensions that play out over those 15 years, and really from the Treaty of Kangwa onward, so really more like 18 years, until the war, the Sino-Japanese War of 1894 and the Treaty of Shimonoseki in 1895, when finally the back and forth is ended and China is ejected formally. And it is King Kojong in this period. And remember, I think I said that King Kojong takes the Joseon kingship in about 1864. Let me check my notes and confirm. Yeah, here it is. 1864 to 1907, King Kojong. So he's in 1860, his kingdom is beginning, like the Russians have come up to the river, right? The Tumen River, they've annexed Manchuria up to the border with his kingdom. In the 1860s, he's bombarded by all these gunboats. In 1866, the General Sherman, that U.S. captain ship, comes up the river and approaches Pyongyang. The French fire on them, the Russians fire on them in the 1860s. Eventually, the Japanese fire on Kangwa and force them to sign a treaty in 1876. Slowly but surely, King Kojong is being introduced to modern high imperialism, and therefore also to the idea of mercantile trade, imperial trade, etc., etc., the breaking of that centuries-long bond with China as a vassal. And by the time China is really ejected, King Kojong is starting to learn how to play this game at least a little bit. Remember, I said in 1895, the Japanese actually execute Queen Min of the Joseon Dynasty. Queen Min was part of a faction of the royal court that wanted closer relations to China, more traditional relationships to China. As Michael J. Seth put it in his Concise History of Modern Korea, they were looking for Eastern ways and Western machines. So it's like combining that Confucianism with modern tech and trade and kind of being more open to this changing world by force. And it is in 1897, after the Chinese have been ejected, actually, that King Kojong decides to pronounce that Korea is no longer just the Joseon Dynasty. And Korea is now the Joseon Empire. So after Queen Min is killed in 1885, King Kojong hides, remember, in the Russian diplomatic building in Seoul for roughly a year, I think. And just the fact that he's hiding amongst the Russians is interesting in and of itself. Remember, in 1885, there was a discussion about whether Korea could become a part of the protectorate under the protection of Russia. Here we are a decade later, and he's being like literally protected by Russia, even though there's not a political relationship of being a protectorate. And it is in this captivity, in this self-imposed domestic exile, so to speak, in which he comes up with this idea that maybe I should declare a Korean empire so that I can basically be on par with all these other empires that surround me, which is where we started this discussion with Korea, surrounded by China, surrounded by Japan, with Russia coming over the top, and with all these Western powers coming up into the Laojong Peninsula at Port Arthur and trying to force their way to trade in Kangwa, which I believe is on the east side of the peninsula. And kind of like the Meiji Restoration in Japan in the 1860s, when Japan had been exploited and forced open in the 1850s, and there was a restoration to say, okay, you can't beat them, join them. Let's build our own empire. And again, Japanese experts can correct my portrayal there if I've overstepped or mischaracterized. The King Kojong in Korea in the 1890s says maybe we can do the same. Maybe we can play that game. The imperial court is surrounded actually by a series of embassies. And I cited a source below that was really interesting, showing actually a photo of the time where the Korean Empire is like there's a Russian embassy, there's an American embassy, Great Britain, Germany, I think France, they're all surrounding, and it's almost like Japan, if you come, like Japan right now is not until 1905 will Japan be like in relative full control of Korea, right? They're just influencing at this point, heavily influencing. And it's almost like a challenge to the Japanese to say, come take out the Emperor Kojong now at your own peril, because you're going to have to basically pass by all these embassies of other foreign powers that have an interest in Korea maintaining some level of independence and not becoming simply a annexed part of the Japanese Empire. And towards the back half of the 19th century, now just to give you a hint of where we're going, we're going to finish up talking about this, then we're going to talk about the Japanese imperial period really quickly, and we'll finally be ready. I think we've laid the groundwork to talk about the period between 1945 and 1950, when North Korea actually becomes the state that it is today, or at least the origins of how the North Korean state becomes how it is today. There's certain aspects that will be missing, as we'll see. But it's here in the last part of the 20th century, 1894 to 1896, where there's a series of reforms within this what is soon to be the Korean Empire, called the Kabo reforms, and it is functionally the start of a dismantling of the Joseon Neo-Confucian state. I wrote some of them down, just rapid fire. There was a railway bureau that was made. They adopted the Gregorian calendar. They started cutting their long hair. The king's power was reduced. There was a prime minister. The legal status of the Yangban, that's that hereditary aristocratic class, was abolished in theory, as was then nepotism in government, and the way that these Yangban would then basically inherit their civil service by going through the exam, and like your average peasant who's illiterate can't get into the civil service. That's started to be reduced. Underage marriage is made illegal. Abolishment of slavery, telegram post offices, the civil service exam is abolished. There's outside investment, particularly in Seoul. There are trams that are built. And one thing that I found particularly interesting, taxation is money only at the very turn of the 20th century, the end of the 19th century. So previously, if you're a tenant farmer, you can pay your taxation in rice that you've grown, right? If you're a yangban, I don't know exactly who does the paying of the taxes to the state, whether it's the yangban who receives it from the peasant that then gives it to the state, or whether the peasant pays directly. But the point is that money at the end of the 19th century is the way to pay your taxes. You can't donate a commodity like cloth. You can't donate a commodity like rice, or not donate, but you can't pay it as taxes. It has to be money. So you can see this general transformation, this softening and reformation. And a lot of these reforms, even though Korea is still independent, a lot of these are pushed internally via the meddling Japanese. And I did write down a note for myself that there's a debate about the decisiveness of the Japanese, their precise role in all of those what are called Kabo, K-A-B-O, or G-A-B-O, depending on what you're reading, reforms within Korea. But you can see, as I've said, over the course of the 19th century, you have decades of weak stagnation and decline within the Joseon state that is magnified when the Western powers start to meddle and try to open trade in the 1860s, magnified again when the Chinese and the Japanese begin to fight directly and wage war over Korea, and then finally, full circle, 1905, the Russo-Japanese War. The Japanese emerge victorious, eject the Russians and their sphere of influence out of Korea. They get revenge for the Russians meddling in Korea over the decades prior, and at Portsmouth negotiated with the help of Teddy Roosevelt, Korea becomes a protectorate of Japan in 1905. There's a few years of armed resistance among the Koreans. 1905 to about 1908, there's a lot of resistance to the Japanese that's then put down. And in 1910, a fundamental shift occurs between Korea and Japan. And that's where I'd like to go next. There is 3.5 decades of direct Japanese rule in Korea that is going to be transformative, and it is impossible to understand the dynamics between North and South Korea that started to play out in 1945 unless you understand the role that Imperial Japan played between 1910 really 1905 and 1945. We're going to touch on that relatively quickly. I realize I'm asking a lot of your time before we actually talk about the literal formation of North Korea. I'd prefer it, I believe, and I hope that you will come to see it too, that all of this is part of the formation of North Korea. I hope by the time this lecture is over and it's all put together, you'll say, okay, I see clearly why we started in 1905 at Portsmouth, went all the way back to 2333 BC, and then moved our way forward to 1945. If you don't think that, leave a comment so other people watching this particular part of the video can know to abandon ship, because the value that I've offered is not met. But I don't think that's the case. I think when it's all said and done, you'll say, I'm glad I stuck around for all that, but I'm open to the opposite. So quickly, Imperial Japan, then we'll talk about 1945 to 50. And spoiler alert, North Korea is going to form in 1948 formally. There's going to be a war, the Korean War, 1950-1953. At that point, you can say at the end of that war, North Korea exists. But in what way it's constructed and how it exists is, of course, what we'd like to figure out today. Now, when Korea becomes a protectorate of Japan, a lot of those meddling reforms that the Japanese have been trying to force through in the latter half of the 19th century become far more explicit. They eventually adopt the Japanese yen, I believe. There's a Bank of Joseon, which is a name, but it's actually controlled by the Japanese. The Japanese are interspersed throughout the government even before full annexation in 1910. And basically, the gloves are off. 1907, King Kojong is forced to resign. What's the word for a king resigning? Abdicate. That's the word I was looking for. King Kojong is forced to abdicate. And like I said, those remnants of resistance in 1908 are expelled by the Japanese. There's an armed resistance to the Japanese in 1905 until about 1908, when those last remnants are sent up into Manchuria and even further on into Siberia. And it is around this time the Japanese can finally do what they always wanted to do in the first place, which is completely annex Korea into their empire. And they do so in 1910, in the month of August, in case you'd like to be super specific about it. Part of this 1910 Japanese-Korean treaty says that they have, quote, sovereignty over the whole of Korea. Quote, Japan shall undertake the entirety of the Korean government. And why? Why are they doing this? Besides the fact that they obviously want to, and they've been planning this for a long time, why do they do it? They do it because, quote, the existing government has not proved entirely equal to the duty of preserving order. Now, I don't speak, read, or write Japanese nor Korean, so I'm relying on a translation here. But man, is that sassy. I mean, you've already taken Korea, right? You're gonna have control of Korea. You're annexing it. You've got all the power in the situation. And you want to formally end Korea's independence, so to speak, by dunking on them, by being like, your government hasn't proved entirely to the duty equal to the task of preserving order. Oof, I mean, that's just brutal. And brutal is the right word to describe what the Japanese do to Korea over their 35 years of annexation and direct control. They're going to hold Korea until 1945, and there's going to be a few different sort of phases that historians categorize the Japanese imperial time. There's going to be a period between like 1910 and 1920. There's a period between 1920 and 1930, and then finally a period between 1930 and 1945, which is going to represent the most brutal exploitation of Korea. But that is not to say that the period directly after annexation is particularly liberal. Not at all. First of all, the Japanese send a governor general into Korea. The person who runs Korea on behalf of the Empire Japan is always a high-ranking military man who has broad powers within Korea to do as he pleases. He's the chief administrator responsible to the emperor, I presume, of Japan, or at least, if memory serves, he responds directly to a person who then directly responds to the emperor. Nonetheless, he has full legislative, bureaucratic, administrative, executive powers over the whole of the Korean peninsula, over the whole of this annexed Korean part of Japan. Now, in one of the sources that I worked with, which was, hold on one second. Okay, so I worked on a book. I worked through a book called Handbook of Modern Korean History. It was edited by Seth. I worked through that at the Library of Congress. If I have a picture, I'll put it up just for fun. And there was a chapter written by a Mark Caprio, a historian, who says that, and I'm quoting him as a secondary source because, again, I can't access the primary sources. I don't read Korean and Japanese, but the idea of Japanese, the stated idea is full assimilation. Full assimilation is the stated goal. An attempt at more full assimilation of the Koreans, insofar as it can go, we'll get a little more specific, really doesn't start to take hold until Japan needs the Koreans for their war machine in the 30s and 40s. And up until that point in time, the Japanese rule, particularly in the early days, are simply characterized by a domination of all aspects of society. So they're going to have control over the government, obviously. So they're going to have political control over Korea. They're also going to have control over the education system. There are eventually going to be Japanese language schools in Korea. I tried to make that clear. I think I just made it uglier. Whatever. There is going to be a domination via Japan in the economy of Korea. In fact, the Japanese are going to transform the Korean economy. We talked earlier about all of the sort of modest reforms towards the end of China's influence Korea, and then in the Empire of Korea period, when there is, a more cosmopolitan vibe in Seoul. There are trams being built. There's lots of railways being built by all these imperial powers. There's telegram lines. There's an abolition of like child marriage and slavery. And there's basically an emergence or a leaving behind of those Neo-Confucian traditions, including the Yangban class, who lose, to a certain extent, at least on paper, they lose their hereditary rights to dominate the vast peasantry of Korea. And it is when the Japanese arrive for the very explicit purpose of building empire, and building empire to what end? Well, in this case, they see Korea as a breadbasket, or should I say a rice bowl. The exports that are going to come from Korea to Japan are going to be in the form of rice. The first thing the Japanese do when they arrive in Korea to be the dominant power, to be the imperial overlord, is they start a comprehensive land survey in the same year as annexation takes place, 1910. And it goes on for several years. I want to say it goes on to like 1920 or 1918 or something like that. There's a comprehensive land survey in which the Japanese, who are well aware that the last survey at the end of the 19th century and the one before that in 1820 were somewhat imprecise and often subject to the whims of the Yangban class, who wanted to keep their taxes low. The Joseon Dynasty at the end of its rule was subject to a lower tax intake. It was part of the reason it declined. The Yangban, these hereditary feudal overlord Neo-Confucian hierarchical types, even though they're below the hierarchy of the king, in the Joseon period, they obviously want to protect their economic interests. They want to pay lower taxes. They want to extract more rents from the peasants and then keep more of it for themselves. That's, I guess, just how things tend to work. And the Japanese are well aware of all of that. And they come in and they say, no. Let's be comprehensive here. I want to know. We want to know. The Governor General wants to know. The Emperor of Japan wants to know. Every last little square inch, I'm using imperial measurements, every acre. I don't know what the Japanese or Korean term for or for measuring something approximating an acreage is. They want to figure out the entirety of Korea. And like I said, so that they can maximize the exports that they get from Korea. You have a society that has been, think about like your random villager, right? Way outside Seoul, somewhere in Korea. And for literally centuries, their family has been a tenant farmer in a certain place. And their connection to the outside world is only really through their Yangban overlord to whom they pay taxes. They're aware of the king. They consider themselves to be under the king's hierarchy, right? And in the 19th century, especially in the late 19th century, a distinct sense of a Korean nation state obviously starts to emerge. But before that, for centuries and centuries, this peasant and its family, obviously no peasants living for centuries, but they are isolated. They are living on the land. And over the course of the 19th century and then going into Japanese rule, everything's starting to become connected, right? Telegram lines, railways, roads are being built. And the Japanese come in to conduct a land survey to figure out every square inch of the peninsula of Korea to maximize rice exports. Now, what happens? As part of this land survey, a Western-ish system of law, remember, Japan is becoming much more Western in its legal ways after the Meiji Restoration, after Japan starts to build its empire. And so during this land survey, it's required that if you own land, if you're a Yangban, you got to speak up and say, hey, this is my land. If you're a peasant and you want to claim land, you have to navigate the complicated Western legal world to do that. And presumably you are illiterate, and it will be hard to prove that even in the best of circumstances, but even harder when you have your Yangban landlords all around who are probably the only literate people who are going to want to take a larger share for themselves. And most importantly, it's going to be hard when the Japanese imperial government wishes to become a large owner of land in itself in Korea. And in fact, at the end of this land survey, not only are peasants going to become much more exploited in terms of the rents being pulled out of their land, their acreage that they farm, there are exorbitant rents. Rent being like the amount of your crop that you give up each year to either your Yangban, who now no longer who's now like a petit bourgeoisie. He's more of a capitalist landlord as opposed to like a traditional feudal landlord. The amount that you give to that person or the amount you give to the Japanese imperial government that directly controls your land is exceedingly high to the point where Bruce Cumings in his Origins of the Korean War, I believe, talked about how every harvesting season or every planting season, I can't recall, it's like spring starvation, I think was the term, is basically like there's a period of time every year that you've given up so much of the crops that you've grown that you yourself are starving. You're like rummaging for food. And even though you've grown presumably more than enough to sustain yourself, you've had to give an immense amount of that away, either to this emerging elite that is, or Korean elite that's basically collaborating and exploiting this new system to build themselves up within this new imperial system, or to the Japanese government directly. And I think the number is like a plurality. I think the Japanese government, the imperial government, ended up owning about 40% of the land after this survey. So the largest landowner in the entirety of Korea is the Japanese imperial government. You can see how this heritage land, these centuries of the Joseon Dynasty that have created this equilibrium, stagnant almost society that has just gone on and on and on for centuries, has been fundamentally disrupted by this reordering. On top of that, as I said, everything's interconnected. The Japanese are also particularly interested in building up industry, in building up Japanese-owned firms within Korea to fund their war machine. Now, this is more of a development of the 1930s, but the industrialization process, particularly in the northern part of Korea, what will become North Korea, is quite immense. In fact, at the end of World War II in 1945, the majority of the electricity, hydroelectric, being produced in Korea is in the northern part of the peninsula, so north of the 30th parallel. The majority of like factories and industry are also in that area, just more or less by coincidence as far as I can tell. And what is occurring then is that your peasants are either being further exploited if they're remaining in agriculture, or in like the 1930s in particular, going into especially the 1940s, the average Korean is either being exploited more on their land, or, they're now becoming part of what you might call in Marxist term a working class, a emerging, dare I say, proletarian within Korea that is working in factories. And even at times going to the quote-unquote motherland, the Japanese mainland, to work in factories there. And as you might imagine, the conditions aren't particularly great. And I'm leaning a lot on Bruce Cumings' work here just to cite that again. But as I said, I had a number of sources. I was going to list some more, but I'll just go to the description. And in the first decade of Japanese rule, 1910 to roughly 1919, there is the land survey, there is the beginning of industry, and there is the imposition of the Japanese imperial rulers on government education. Also, they impose themselves on places like the origins of culture. So Korean language newspapers are suppressed, and of course the actual narrative about what's going on, control of the newspaper media is done via the Japanese government. There's also a Japanese colonial police force that starts to be born in this period. The beginning of Japanese rule in 1910, there's about 10,000 administrators that originally show up to participate in the Japanese imperial project in Korea. By the time that the Japanese Empire falls at the end of World War II in 1945, there are 700,000 administrators of the Japanese Empire. About a third of them, 250,000 or so, are actually Japanese, and then another 2/3 are then quote-unquote collaborators or quote-unquote native Koreans. I have to be really careful with my language, that are helping the Japanese to administer their empire. This is, from what I was reading, distinctly different in that Japan is very close to Korea, and so by directly ruling it just across the water, they can just have a much more hands-on approach, as opposed to think of like the British Raj, where you have to go halfway around the world. So you're much more reliant on just local administrators, a light touch approach, just out of necessity, because you just can't have such quick and constant contact. You can't just send someone and have them be in the empire, in the place being administered on a quick basis. And there's another reason why that's important, and that is because it is important to the Japanese after 1919 to build up a group of Koreans who are actually dependent on the Japanese imperial system. There is an uprising in March of 1919. I wish it was 1916, because then it'd be like almost right, because then it would be like the same year as the Easter Rising in Ireland, and it'd be kind of cool. But it's not. It's March 1919. About estimates of like 500,000 to 1 million Koreans take to the streets and demand an end to the Japanese Empire, or a softening of that imperial rule. And the Japanese obviously put that down. And so in 1919, there's a provisional Republic of Korea government that is formed in Shanghai. And one of the people present at the formation of that provisional government is a man by the name of Syngman Rhee. Syngman Rhee, who's going to be the first president of the Provisional Republic of Korea government in Shanghai. There is, in the 1920s then, the birth of Korean nationalism on steroids, of serious desire among Korean people to not just rid themselves of the Japanese, but to build a traditional Korean, traditional in the sense of like modern nation state and modern nationalism, a Korean national identity in which the Koreans rule themselves. And the Japanese realized then, after this big moment in 1919, that they might need to soften a little bit, that they've controlled everything and that they've imposed themselves directly on so much. They've taken the plurality of the land, and they have turned some people into workers, which is like taking them away from what they've known for generations, interconnecting Korea in a modern sense, and exporting lots and lots of rice to Japan. Things have been disrupted so much that you have this massive uprising. I think Korea is like 15 million people, roughly speaking, at the time of annexation, 1910. So having 1/15 of the population, or maybe 1/30 of the population, depending on the estimate, rise up is disturbing. And the Japanese, by softening, what I mean is that they are a little softer on the use of Korean language in the press. They're a little softer on the cultural stuff. And secondarily, they try to build a domestic base for their rule, a Korean group that are going to support Japanese rule and therefore to help negate future nationalist ambitions. So what does that actually mean in practice? It means a couple things. There's the, we'll call it lighter capitalist softening that the Japanese do, and that they allow certain Koreans to participate. Some of the old Yongbon class who have presumably taken advantage of the land survey, they're allowed to start some businesses, to be like a small native Korean entrepreneurial class, even though the vast majority of business industry is going to be run by the Japanese in the imperial period. There's a petty bourgeoisie, to use a Marxist term. There is a group of people that are basically native Korean quasi-elites that can then be supportive of Japanese rule. And these will be later known as the collaborator, the imperial dogs of the Japanese. They're going to be in trouble once the Japanese are gone, but for now they're going to prosper a little bit. The other set of collaborators to Japanese imperial rule are going to take the form of the colonial administrators. I mentioned that at the fall of the Japanese Empire in 1945, there's 700,000 Japanese administrators in Korea, and a third of them are Japanese, which means that 2/3 of them, so like 500,000 then, if my numbers are correct, are Korean themselves, administering the Japanese Empire. And a large and a good and a sizable number of them are part of a Japanese police force. And the Japanese colonial police force is therefore a way to make the Koreans enforce Japanese imperialism on the masses of Korea. And therefore, you can start to see how the Japanese are letting the native Koreans do the dirty work of empire for them. That secret police force is going to be pivotal in abolishing what is known as the Communist Party of Korea that forms in 1925 in Seoul. It's the first Communist Party of Korea because it's going to be subject to a series of arrests. It's going to try to reform itself, I think, in 1926, 2 more times. And then finally, a fourth Korean Communist Party is abolished in 1928, I think even at the behest of the Comintern, being like, you guys are just too dysfunctional, you keep getting arrested, you're too young, you're too disorganized, like, go away. But this Korean Communist Party in the 1920s represents a more extreme version of Korean nationalism that will take on the trappings of the Bolshevik Party of the Soviet Union and that particular brand of Leninist Marxism. What do I mean by that? In the Russian Revolution 1917, there were a grand series of different versions of communist and socialist parties. In fact, I have a book here, I just happen to have it sitting out, called 10 Days That Shook the World by John Reed, an American who was present during the Russian Revolution, the October Revolution of 1917. And he describes all the different communist parties that exist in this period of time. There are the Social Democrats, the International Socialists, the International People's Socialists, the People's Party of Judea, right? Just to reference Life of Brian. There's as many mutations of leftist parties as you can possibly imagine. And notably, there are the Mensheviks and the Bolsheviks. Trotsky was a Menshevik, eventually moved over to the Bolshevik Party. The most famous of the Bolsheviks, of course, is Vladimir Lenin. And Leninism represents a type of Marxism that says we can't just us organizing the masses, the working class, the proletarians towards revolution. We can't just expect that the consciousness is raised and then the revolution happens naturally, particularly in a place like Russia, where the majority of the population are not working class proletarians, but actually peasant farmers, poor peasant farmers. And so therefore, we can have a Marxist revolution before Orthodox Marxism would say we can have a revolution after we've gone through the natural stages of feudalism or proto-communism, feudalism, capitalism, and then eventually you have a proletarian revolution that brings about socialism. Everything is distributed according to need and everything is perfect, and then the state falls away and you have communism. We can skip the developmental step between feudalism and socialism. We can overstep capitalism by being a vanguard party. And the idea of Leninist revolutionism, that's not a term, but Leninism, the idea is that you can have a vanguard party that skips the line, so to speak, and leads a revolution on behalf of the workers and brings the state together to industrialize and basically speed runs through the capitalist step themselves. That's what the Bolsheviks do in 1917. They functionally stage a coup, and they storm the Winter Palace and they take power on behalf of the workers, and they present this fait accompli to all the other socialist and communist parties. And that's the origins of the Soviet Union. Now, by 1925, the Russian Civil War is over. The Soviet Union definitely exists, and Lenin is dead, and there's Joseph Stalin is starting his time in power. But this idea of the vanguard is quite inspirational to the global South and other places that are quote unquote underdeveloped, they don't have a capitalist proletarian working class. The Korean communists being one set of those people, because Korea is industrializing. It is being industrialized by Japan, but the vast majority of Korea is still rural peasants. And so it is inspirational to a Korean communist to hear a vanguard Leninist theory that says we can have a communist revolution without waiting for industrialization to run its course, without waiting for that natural progression of Marxist history to play out. We can simply skip all those steps and have a revolution by raising class consciousness and by then staging a coup at some point. Now, you can see obviously why then the Japanese would be particularly interested in making sure this Communist Party never gets off the ground. But it's not just within Korea proper that communism is starting to take hold. And that is when we need to introduce a man by the name of Kim Song-ju, better known to us today as Kim Il-sung. Kim Il-sung is born in 1912 inside of Korea proper. You'll notice this is a couple years after annexation. His father is quite opposed to the Japanese imperial rule. We hear this through the official hagiography of the North Korean regime, but we also can assume that Kim Il-sung's father was opposed to Japanese rule because of, we can deduce that from his behavior. What do I mean by that? Well, in March 1919, after this uprising is put down, there is a large outflux, a large immigration with an E out of Korea to Manchuria of people dissatisfied with Japanese colonial rule, dissatisfied with the exploitation on the land, in the factories that are being built. And they want a place to either exist without that colonial rule at a minimum, or to actively resist in an armed way. Manchuria is, as we've probably already seen on the map, Manchuria is an area that is north of what today makes up the Chinese-Korean border. And we've already discussed how the Russians were ejected from it. The Chinese don't really control it, and Manchuria is kind of a no man's land in this period of time. And so therefore, it is a place for people dissatisfied with both the nationalist rule in China and the Japanese imperial rule in Korea to escape to either organize resistance or just to exist without these influences. Kim Il-sung's father, after this event in 1919, takes his family to Manchuria, and that is where Kim Il-sung comes of age. Now, we have a pretty big gap in the historical record in this period of time. We really only have Kim Il-sung's word to go on for a good portion of his childhood and teenage years. We're told that he learned of Marxism-Leninism from one of his teachers who introduced him to the work by Vladimir Lenin just before taking power in 1917 called Imperialism, the Highest Stage of Capitalism. That is a work in which Lenin describes how capitalism, when it reaches, this is an intense paraphrase, but when capitalism reaches its outer bounds, its upper bounds within one country, and has saturated that market, Well, capitalism, according to Lenin, then needs more markets, needs more resources, needs more places to expand and to exploit. And that is the relationship that capitalism then has in driving imperialism out of the borders of your standard nation state. Once a place is put under the empire, things can be imported. Labor can be exploited over there for the benefit of the metropole. And eventually, the goods that are actually produced in the home industry can then be exported out to the colonies for even more profits, creating this perpetual cycle of capital imperialism. Now, did young Kim Il-sung read the actual Lenin work, Capitalism or Imperialism, the Highest Form of Capitalism? No. According to Fyodor Tertitskiy, excuse me for butchering that name, I've been going for a long time, in his 2025 work, Accidental Tyrant, which I have on my e-reader, but I don't want to pull it up right now. It's a good book too. If you were going to choose between two biographies of Kim Il-sung, both Seth's 2025 work, Forever President, and Tertitskiy's 2025 work, Accidental President, are pretty good. If you're not super familiar with Korean history, I'd go with Seth first, but that's going a little bit beyond the auspices of our discussion today. Kim Il-sung was exposed by his teacher to Lenin's work via, according to him, I believe, a pamphlet, which basically gave a synopsis of the work. Now, here's an interesting thing. Kim Il-sung also, presumably in some of these early years, was receiving Chinese language instruction, perhaps in combination with Korean language instruction, and he's going to emerge in the 1920s and in the 1930s as a man fluent in Chinese. He's going to write in traditional characters. When he flees later on in 1940 and is questioned in the Soviet Union in 1941, he's going to write his responses to their questions in Chinese, not in Hangul, the traditional, or the 15th century invented text from Korea. He's going to be fluent in Chinese. And in fact, because Manchuria is this sort of no man's land where everybody who's upset, whether it be there with nationalist China or with Imperial Japan, are going to go, means there's going to be a mixing of Korean and Chinese people. And after becoming a Marxist, even if we're not totally sure, and it's probably doubtful that Kim Il-sung was really a true devout Marxist. We don't have any evidence really that he was fluent in the theory in the way that Mao or Stalin was, or obviously Lenin was. Kim Il-sung seems to like to have taken Marxism and just applied it to his version of nationalism as a means of convenience. And what probably appealed to him in Lenin's work, and what probably appealed to him in Marxism overall, was a path to resisting empire. Remember Lenin's work, Imperialism, the Highest Stage of Capitalism. So it gives Sung a thing to latch onto, to say, okay, the Japanese aren't really the problem, it's capitalism. Perhaps that's what he thought. I don't have Kim Il-sung's writings sitting out. The other thing is that Leninism, as opposed to just Marxism more generally, as I mentioned before, gives you the ability within your own nation, quotes, to give revolution as a vanguard party, even if there is not a international proletarian revolution that Orthodox Marxism would expect. So it both empowers the Kim Il-sung that wanted to be a nationalist, and I think we'll see over the course of this explanation that Kim Il-sung is first and foremost a nationalist and a Marxist very much second, but it gives him also a framework to oppose empire because of Lenin's specific work explaining the anatomy of capitalism's relationship to imperialism. Sorry, I had to take a drink. My throat's getting a little raw. I apologize. I will try to breathe with the diaphragm and keep my energy high for you. We are getting now into the meat of the formation of North Korea. I hope you can see that with the birth of Kim Il-sung and his interactions with Japanese imperialism. Kim Il-sung is going to be 18 years old, 18, 19, kind of coming of age, 17, 18, 19, at the end of the 1920s. And he's arrested for the first time in 1929 by the Japanese and held for a little bit. Now, he's a pretty young man, and someone vouches for him, and he gets out of the Japanese prison. The Japanese, particularly towards the end of their rule, are going to have pretty expansive amounts of political prisoners that are held. And in 1945, when the Japanese are finally expelled from Korea and it's divided at the 38th parallel between the Soviets and the Americans, as those Allied powers roll into Korea, a deal is struck with the evacuating Japanese to, and this is done not through the Soviets or the Americans, but by a leftist by the name of Yo Un-yong, Y-O-Un hyphen Hyong, Hyong, who is not a communist, but a leftist nonetheless. And he negotiates for the release of what is about 16,000 political prisoners of the Japanese Empire in Korea. A lot of those who are freed are going to make up what is called the domestic faction of the Korean left during the transition period after Japanese rule, and they will come to be one of the first groups to be purged by Kim Il-sung out of his party, having no base of support in either the Soviet Union or in communist China. I'm getting a little ahead of myself. Despite this very short time in a Japanese prison or a Japanese jail or something for being a troublemaker, we're not totally sure about what took place. Kim Il-sung, therefore, for the next 15 years, is going to avoid Japanese prison. He's going to remain outside of Japanese prison, which means he's also going to avoid making some of the compromises that are necessary for political prisoners to get back out of that prison, to be a collaborator, to be brainwashed or something, to basically be subject to the authority of the Japanese. He's going to be unbesmirched with that throughout his time in the next 15 years as the Japanese Empire becomes a war machine and then eventually is ejected from the peninsula. And we do indeed see Kim Il-sung reemerge between 1930 and 1940 as a guerrilla fighter. These are his guerrilla years in Manchuria resisting the Japanese. And he's going to lead a pretty famous raid. I think it's called Ponjobon. I'll put it up on the screen. A raid where he basically, and his guerrillas, he goes across the border, hits a little Japanese outpost right inside Korea proper, and then runs back to Mount Baektu or whatever on the Manchurian side, and escapes the Japanese after causing damage. It's become this legendary raid where the flea bit the dog, right? The flea of the guerrilla fighters bit the Japanese dog and pissed them off, and he's going to become a wanted man in Japanese Korea and Manchuria. And that's on to my next point, which is that Manchuria itself becomes directly annexed into the Japanese Empire itself in 1931. Manchuria begins to go by the name Manchukuo as of, I believe, 1932, when it is formally annexed into the Japanese Empire. So it's a no man's land. The Japanese realize it's a hotbed of guerrilla fighters and resistance to their rule. And as they're militarizing, as they're gearing up to invade China, they're going to invade China in 1937 and try to bring the whole of China into the Japanese Empire. Hence why China and Japan are involved in World War II, beyond just what we know on this side of the ocean, where the Japanese surprise attacked Pearl Harbor on December 7th, 1941, etc. The Japanese decide to take direct administrative control of Manchukuo. And overall, the period after 1930 represents the most brutal time to be under the yoke of the Japanese Empire in Korea. There is massive industrialization. Manchukuo is seen as a place where it's like you can just start fresh, right? The Japanese administrators can go in. They don't even have to go about appropriating land because there's no administration there. It's a no man's land. They go in. They can start to rapidly industrialize, build factories, build war machines. So they're not just exporting rice from the rice bowl of Korea, but now they're in the 1930s, they're building their war machine directly inside of Korea and Manchuria, Manchukuo. And they're also going to become far more brutal in their tactics of controlling the Koreans. Around 1939, 1940, there's the name order, which means that all people in Korea were told to take Japanese names. The Korean language was once again suppressed. There was volunteer conscription in 1937, and then eventually forced conscription in the 1940s as World War II becomes more intense for the Japanese, and they're fighting in the Pacific against the Americans. And of course, one of the most infamous remnants or facts about this period of time is the hundreds of thousands of Korean women who are then made into quote-unquote comfort women, aka sexual slaves for the Japanese soldiers. And so the trajectory of Japanese imperial rule in Korea is 1910 to 1920, a period of full control and just taking the levers of power, organizing essentially their imperial rule. 1919 is when the uprising happens, and there is that attempt then for the next decade to build a group of Koreans that are loyal to the Japanese by a slight loosening of that control. That's not to say like a liberalization, but just a strategic empowering of certain Koreans in a secret police or in a very small entrepreneurial class that will then support the empire and their privilege, in empowering this old Yongbon class that's lost their status to nonetheless acquire some capitalist wealth and collaborate with the Japanese. And then because they're collaborators and they're part of the subjugation of their own people, then to have this distorted, perverted system to actually be even more cruel, to make sure the Japanese don't go, because if the Japanese go, you know what's waiting for you as someone who helped to subjugate all of Korea. And 1920s, as I said, is also when the nationalist, communist vanguard, more radical group emerges alongside the more moderate nationalist group that are Korean Christians that are more maybe liberal or Yongbon in their background, so they're not as radical. They're more interested in just self-rule of Korea, perhaps, if we're going to build an informal spectrum. On one side, we have the former Yongbon educated literate group that maybe has lost their privileges over time or is looking to have even more privileges by expelling the Japanese eventually and having a Korean nation state, a nationalism that's been formed in the last part of the 19th century as the Joseon Dynasty and the Yi Dynasty started to erode. And on the other side of the spectrum, you have a more radical group of nationalists, these vanguard communists that want to expropriate all of the land and distribute it to the peasants, to expel the Japanese empire, and to build a Bolshevik Soviet Marxist-Leninist state in replacement of the Japanese, with the ultimate goal of building communism. Now, an interesting thing that goes on in the 1930s as regards Kim Il-sung, some formative moments in his life in the 1930s. One of them is that and this is really interesting, and this is something that is absolutely not in the official biographies of Kim Il-sung from the North Korean state today. I mentioned earlier he spoke fluent Chinese. The first Communist Party that Kim Il-sung joins is the Chinese Communist Party. Remember, I said there's a lot of intersection in Manchuria between Chinese communists and Korean guerrilla fighters. And the guerrilla fighter group that he joins in the 1930s is not just a group of Korean guerrilla fighters. It is a mix of Chinese and Korean guerrilla fighters. And they are resisting the Japanese as of the mid-30s as the Japanese start to use Manchuria as a bridgehead to invade China. They are together in their resistance of the Japanese Empire. The enemy of my frenemy is my friend. And actually, at the end of World War II in 1945, as it becomes clear that the Japanese Empire is going to fall, there is a meeting of the guerrilla fighters in Manchuria, and the Koreans and the Chinese wave goodbye, so to speak, and they go their separate ways. The Chinese to go home to mainland China to fight further in the Chinese Civil War against the nationalists that's going to reignite after the end of World War II, and the Korean communists who are then going to go to northern Korea occupied by the Soviets and participate in what they hope to be the unification of a communist Korea. There is not always smooth sailing between the CCP, and think about it, Kim Il-sung is part of the Communist Party of China speaking Chinese. If that came out in his official biography, a man who will come to later be known for his pure, unadulterated Korean nationalism, he's going to portray this period of time as him up in the Mount Pictou, this very beautiful and legendary mountain peak of Korean legend. He's going to be there as a freedom fighter, all by his lonesome with his Korean freedom fighters, not a Chinese person in sight. And there's an incident in 1933 that goes through 1936 in which Chinese communists become suspicious of the Koreans amongst their ranks in the Chinese Communist Party and begin a purge of the Korean communists because they suspect the Koreans might actually be imperial collaborators. There's a paranoia that sets in. It's called the Minsengdan incident, Minsaengdan incident. And Kim Il-sung survives that purge. He does not get purged with other Koreans, but he is left perhaps with a scar that will one day influence North Korean-Chinese relations after the Korean War, maybe even during the Korean War. We'll get there. And there's an unsettling that goes on. And so that ends in 1936. And remember, the Japanese now have taken direct administrative control of Manchukuo. And they're going to spend the rest of the 1930s eliminating the resistance that exists in Manchuria. And they're going to be pretty effective at it. And so in 1940, Kim Il-sung and his guerrilla band leave Manchuria and go and enter the Soviet Union. Specifically, they enter Siberia to flee from the Japanese Empire, which is winning in its efforts to put down all the guerrilla resistance in Manchuria as it builds its industrial base and moves through Manchuria as a bridgehead into invading China. Now, the Soviets are suspicious. First, between 1936 and 1938, Joseph Stalin has perpetrated what comes to be called the Terror, in which literally over 1 million members of the Soviet Communist Party are purged, including many Soviet Koreans, that is, Soviet citizens who are of Korean origin or Korean diaspora. Many of them are purged and sent to other places other than Moscow and St. Petersburg, other than high-ranking administrative positions, because this period in the mid to late 1930s in the Soviet Union is one of terror and intense paranoia and suspicion, particularly of people who would represent the more international communist Marxist perspective via the Comintern. Internationalism, more orthodox, quote-unquote, Marxism, that would have been the represented via someone like Trotsky, the removed potential other leader of the Soviet Union after Lenin, who's gone into hiding in Mexico and eventually will be assassinated by a Stalinist agent. Anyone representing internationalism, especially if you look international in your appearance, if you are part of a diaspora, Soviet Korean, for example, are put under immediate suspicion, because where do your loyalties lie? Stalin, in this period, moves Soviet Marxism in the direction of nationalism via a policy called socialism in one country. The idea is that instead of waiting, as Lenin was, as Trotsky was at the beginning of the Soviet Union's time, waiting for an international proletarian revolution, trying to foment that, Stalin basically gives up and says, realistically speaking, there's not going to be an orthodox Marxist revolution where all the proletarians simultaneously rise up. We're on our own. We need to build socialism in one country first, which then feeds into this 1936 to 1938 terror, among all sorts of other things going on in that period of time, where people like Soviet Koreans are purged. Okay, that little detour takes us then to Kim Il-sung's time in the Soviet Union in 1940. He arrives into a Soviet Union in the midst of World War II. In June 1941, will be invaded by Adolf Hitler, in fact. And in 1941, as he's being, basically all these Koreans who are brought in, these guerrilla fighters, are like kept in camps in Siberia and basically told, just stay there, we don't trust you. We're not going to murder you or whatever. Kim Il-sung fills out a survey actually in Chinese, as I mentioned earlier. They're not considered to be like disloyal, but they're not trusted. And they're left functionally, as they enter in 1940 and then in 1941, as they're questioned, they're basically left to their own devices for the last 4 years of the war. I misspoke. They're left to their own devices for a little bit, but pretty soon, like I said, Adolf Hitler is going to start his campaign to invade the Soviet Union in 1941, Operation Barbarossa, if memory serves. I'm not a military history guy. And the Soviet Union is faced with a conundrum. The command of the Soviet Red Army in Siberia is met with a conundrum. The eastern flank southeastern flank of the Soviet Union that borders China, borders Korea. It's not to say it's impervious to the Japanese, but it is to say that the bigger focus for the Red Army is clearly the German front. After Germany's invasion, the Battle of Stalingrad is on the way. And so the Soviet Red Army starts to move forces out of Siberia, out of the eastern part of the Soviet Union to, remember, to face this existential threat. There is no guarantee at this time that the Soviet Union is going to successfully repel the German invasion. We look at it now and say, oh, it's so obvious. Napoleon lost, Hitler lost. Stalin really, there's a lot of historical debate about what was going on in Stalin's head, but the synthesis is that the Soviet Union was not prepared, was not on guard, not even really raised their defenses, even though they were warned over and over and over again that Germany was about to invade. Stalin sat on his hands for a considerable amount of time, even after the invasion started. So the Soviet Union is fighting for its life against Nazi Germany, and it is in this moment that a Soviet commander, I can't remember the name or his rank, but basically there is a Soviet in the Red Army who is in charge of the eastern flank who says, we need meat bags, we need people to help us shore up this eastern flank just in case the Japanese attack, while we move all these resources to the west to repel the Germans. And so out of necessity, Kim Il-sung and the Korean Soviets are now brought into something called the 88th Rifle Brigade. The 88th Infantry Independent Rifle Brigade, I forget the exact term. Hold on, I'll find it. The 88th Separate Rifle Brigade, beginning in 1942. I've also seen it called the 88th Separate Infantry Brigade. Just a question of which translation you're looking at. And their task is to be part of the Red Army, to wear the little Soviet star, to be part of the Soviet military. And so at this moment in time, Kim Il-sung is also becoming quite fluent in Russian and is now fighting. I guess he also was farting in the Red Army. How could he not at certain points of time? Fighting in the Red Army for the Soviet Union. Again, Kim Il-sung, the ultra-nationalist, the person who will eventually create a state ideology called Juche, which is all about autarky and the Soviet nation existing for itself and resisting all types of outside influence, kind of reminiscent of the Joseon Dynasty, as some of the historians I read, including Armstrong and his work, The North Korean Revolution, 1945 to 50, would point out, paralleling some of the paranoia about outsiders and the desire to be completely isolated and just exist in perpetuity as you are. That ultranationalist Kim Il-sung, at this moment in his life in 1942, as he joins the Red Army, is in a foreign army fighting for the Soviet Union, and previously was a card-holding member of the Chinese Communist Party, fighting in a mixed group of guerrilla fighters of Chinese communists and Korean communists. You won't get that in the official North Korean history books. I think it's endlessly fascinating to see where this man, when you peel back all of the propaganda, where he actually came from, and to consider for a moment what Kim Il-sung might have been were he not the way that he was. Well, that's a bit cryptic, but I'll save that. Now, you know that the tide begins to turn in World War II, that in fact the Soviets do repel the Germans at Stalingrad, just as Napoleon had been repelled from his invasion of Russia in the 1800s. And in 1943, after the Soviet Union has begun this process, and after, of course, the Soviet Union has joined the Allied powers, the United States, China, Great Britain, fallen France, exiled France government, on and on, there is a discussion that begins to happen as the tide turns, as the war begins to go against the Axis powers. What will the world look like after Nazi Germany, after Imperial Japan, after Italy are defeated? And in November of 1943, FDR and representatives of Great Britain and China, I think Churchill was there, I'm not totally sure, they put out a declaration in Cairo. Now, Joseph Stalin is not present in Cairo, but he will be present a month later in Tehran, the Tehran conference in December of 1943. But the reason I'm bringing up the Cairo conference is because there is a discussion about the post-war circumstance in Southeast Asia. There is a determination that Taiwan will be returned to China, that Manchuria will be given to China, and for our purposes, that Korea will be made, quote, free and independent. Quote, mindful of the enslavement of the Korean people, after the war, in due course, Korea shall be free and independent. Now, Stalin is not there to agree to that, and we know that after the Japanese surrender, that the Soviets will be part of the Korean occupation. That is indeed planned. Stalin signs on in Tehran a month later to say that, yes, the Cairo Declaration, the plans you have for a free and independent Korea, I'm good with that. Now, that's important for a number of reasons. Number one, because that's what happens. Okay. Korea after 1945 is made free of the Japanese and will eventually be independent, though in two parts, which is the second aspect of why this is important. And that is to ask the question, did Joseph Stalin, from these early moments, Cairo, or accepting the Cairo Declaration in Tehran in December of 1943, was Joseph Stalin always conniving to split the Korean peninsula? Was he insincere? That was the belief of a lot of people prior to the opening of the Soviet archives. The Cold War historians, who were then counteracted by some of the revisionist historians like Bruce Cumings, believed this basic story that from the very moment that Joseph Stalin started to do geopolitics in the 1920s and 30s, that he was always designing a huge communist sphere of influence. And therefore, even when he accepted the Korean as free and independent, according to the declarations that he was signing himself onto, that he never truly believed in it. That's not true. It seems as though Stalin, and I'm leaning here on the work of Armstrong and Tertitskiy and Michael Seth, it seems as though Joseph Stalin was actually potentially content to have Korea be free and independent, maybe communist run, maybe a communist satellite state or something under his influence. But there was that independent leftist I mentioned a long time ago, Yo Un-young, who's not a communist. And Tertitskiy mentions it's possible that like Stalin saw him as a unified, independent Korean leader. In fact, the evidence seems to be that Joseph Stalin was not particularly interested in Korea in the way that the Tsar, Alexander, and then Nicholas II, Alexander II and Nicholas II were interested in it during the Tsarist times. That Stalin was more concerned with Japan, more concerned with China, which towards the end of World War II, remember, is a battlefield of the Chinese and the Japanese. And there's a Chinese nationalist contingent that is the government of a unified China at this period. It's more likely that Joseph Stalin was interested in meddling in that affair and meddling with the United Front and trying to manipulate the communists to win that ultimate conflict, that ultimate civil war that would then put a communist China on the border of Russia. A communist China that includes Manchuria. And so therefore there is no other buffer than China. And so therefore between your buffer state of China and then what comes on the outside of that, Korea, it's not necessarily as important to Joseph Stalin. Not long after that, in Yalta, Joseph Stalin agrees to declare war on Japan eventually. He hasn't formally declared war on Japan. Japan hasn't formally declared war on the USSR. He's going to cancel that neutrality in April of 1945. And so I think that's a good moment to bring us then to the surrender of the Japanese and the period between 45 and 48 when North and South, the northern part and the southern part of Korea, start to diverge. And remember, since 668, when the Silla Kingdom unified something that looked a little bit like modern Korea, or at the very least since 900, when the Goryeo Kingdom again unified Korea, up until 1910 when Japanese annexes it, but even throughout the Japanese imperial period. So from 668 until 1945, Korea is more or less a unified singular entity. There are lots of machinations of kingdoms, and obviously it becomes a vassal of China and becomes annexed by Japan. But the point is, here we are in 1945, the moment that should be the liberation of Korea, as Germany loses in April of 1945. Battle of Berlin will be in June 1945. Trying to remember. And of course, then as the focus of the Allied powers turns to the Pacific theater and the eventual complete defeat and unconditional surrender of Japan, what should be a moment of joy and jubilation for the Korean people to finally be, as Cairo promised, free and independent, becomes a nightmare as Korea is divided in two. Let's talk about that now. I'm going to clear the board. Let's talk about the final segment, the actual administration and formation of North and South Korea. Okay, we're in the home stretch now. You're doing amazing. I'm also giving myself a pep talk with that. I'm doing amazing. I'm exhausted. If you've gotten this far, I really appreciate you coming on this journey with me. I think you're already well on your way to understanding how North Korea happened. I hope you don't feel that I've misled you in talking about so much before just getting to the 45 to 50 period of time. I might leave a timestamp in the top comment that just says, hey, if you want to skip all the preamble, you can just go straight here. I just had a blast researching this for you, and I wanted to share what I learned. And I didn't obviously know how long each section was going to be really before I got to it. So, you know, if there's a little bit of an imbalance in the video based on the title, How North Korea Happened, I hope you won't regard it as clickbait. I'm sincere in just trying to help educate folks, and I'm really sensitive. Clearly, I'm really sensitive. Clearly, I've been talking for a long period of time. Just like, I'm a sensitive boy, be nice to me. But no, really, I'm doing my best here. This is unscripted, and I'm not available for the rest of the week to record, so I'm doing it all in one take right here. It is a Tuesday. I'm just doing my best. Okay. You haven't seen my production assistant, Sophie, as well. I assume if you've been with me this long, you're okay with a literal 30-second detour. My production assistant, Sophie, is sitting right in front of me, and she has not interrupted my recording since the very beginning when she would not let me start talking. So when I first started this lecture and I was like, this video is going to explain how North Korea happened, right? She kept jumping right up in front of me on my little table here with my computer and my notes and would meow and interrupt my very first sentence. And now she's sitting, I turned on her little electric heated window shelf. I'll put up a picture. That's where she's sitting. She's looking right at me. She can tell I'm talking about her. You haven't seen her in this video. This might be the first video in which she does not actually present herself to give an opinion. She knows better than I do to stay out of historical areas of which she has not participated with a monograph in the historiography. Whereas I'm a public educator and I'll talk about whatever I want to talk about. Something else occurred to me while I was taking just a slight break to clean the board, which was that I just happened to have a book. A book. Stalin, The Court of the Red Tsar by Simon Sebag Montefiore. This was assigned to me in undergrad by a wonderful professor, Heinsohn, in the political science department at Texas State University. I did my undergrad in political science at Texas State, and then I did a master's degree in political communication, mix of political theory, did some history, some master's level history courses, and master's level political communication courses, so I could work in political communication here in Washington, D.C. Sorry, this is such a ramble. This is one of the books I was assigned in undergrad, so I've had this book for a long time. And I didn't appreciate it as much as my professor did at the time, and I love it now because it is one of the books that was these monolithic works about Joseph Stalin. Stephen Kotkin's got one that I'm working on right now, Professor Kotkin, that I'm reading volume 2 right now, actually, of his biography of Stalin. There's a new work out. Sorry, I grabbed my e-reader. There is a new single volume biography of Stalin, literally called New Biography of a Dictator by Oleg V. Klevniuk. I apologize for butchering that name. I've only ever seen it written. I've never heard Oleg speak. It's a translated work That's interesting. It must be originally in Russia, and that's fascinating. I didn't notice that. And thank you for giving me the opportunity to actually look at this book that I've started reading. So there's this one, and then make another cut. I don't know if you can see it on my library there. It's called Stalin Waiting for Hitler, Stephen Kotkin, Volume 2. So the point is that there's all these just massive biographies of Stalin, because when the Soviet archives opened for this brief period before it became more difficult to get into the Soviet archives, a lot of these Soviet historians, not like Soviet people, but like people who cover the Soviet Union, were able to access the archives in a way that like someone like Adam B. Ulam, who wrote a book called The Bolsheviks, I think this is from the 70s, they didn't have access to the archives, so they had to make some assertions. And it's not like they were hiding it, but they were just saying, like, this is what I think. I really hope one day we can get into the archives and figure out what was going on. Anyway, in Montefiore's monster of a book, this is where I'm going with all this. On page 607, just go back. 608. He gives a quote from Stalin. This is what Khrushchev claims Stalin said in a meeting of the Politburo in 1950. This would have been spring 1950. The Korean War kicks off in June of 1950. And Kim Il-sung and Park Geun-hye, who was originally the chair of the South Korean Workers' Party, so the Communist Party of South Korea, he defects to the north in 1948. They start lobbying in 1949 to Joseph Stalin to let them invade South Korea and unify the peninsula. Both the leadership of the North and Syngman Rhee, the leadership in the South, the authoritarian Syngman Rhee, who we're going to come back to. I realized earlier when I mentioned him, I didn't describe him very much. Anyway, Kim Il-sung, Park Geun-hye, they go to Moscow. They actually have a meeting with the Politburo, with Stalin, Khrushchev, Lankov, Levitri, Beria, and all of those players are very interesting in terms of Korean history, but we're focusing on Stalin for the moment. I wanted to justify with you the assertion I made earlier that Stalin seemed to be oddly apathetic with Korea. Not passive, but concerned. One of those concerns was the idea that the U.S., after the bombing of Hiroshima and Nagasaki, clearly had the atomic bomb. And even though what do you know? I was just telling everyone that you weren't going to join us. And here you are. Do you have an opinion? This is awkward. It's hard to hold her and hold a microphone. Okay, so Stalin is having a meeting with the Politburo, and Kim Il-sung is in attendance. And according to page 608 of that Montefiore monolithic biography, this massive biography of Stalin, is that Stalin said in that meeting regarding whether or not the Americans might intervene to try to save South Korea and stop the invasion, repel the North Korean force. Stalin said, let it be. Let the Americans be our neighbor. So let me get the exact quote. So what? Let it be. Let the Americans be our neighbors. Russia would not, if Stalin, did not get what he wanted, a unified communist Korea, Russia would still not intervene. And this is the thing that the archives revealed that we didn't really know before. Like I said, the orthodox version of the Cold War history that was counteracted by the revisionists. Number one, Stalin was, as we already mentioned, his sphere of influence doesn't necessarily need Korea. He'd be happy, obviously. It seems to have a unified North Communist state. It's not necessarily for him. And also, he's worried about the American intervention, and particularly about American nuclear weapons. However, in 1949, in September, President Truman speaks to the American public and says that the Soviet Union has acquired the atomic bomb. And so therefore, what Stalin realizes is that he now has parity with the Americans and can feel more confident in intervening in Korea. The second thing that happens a little bit before that in 1949 is that on October 1st of 1949, Chairman Mao proclaims the PRC, the People's Republic of China, The communists win the Chinese Civil War and expel the nationalists under Chiang Kai-shek. And so now Stalin has his buffer state, his Chinese buffer state, between him and Korea. And so the only thing he can do now is keep on racking up the wins, which seems to be the reason he switched his position and decided to let Kim Il-sung invade South Korea and try to unify the Korean peninsula under unified communist rule. Before then, it seems that Stalin was content to have a free and independent Korea, just like the Cairo Declaration called for, even if that meant some sort of a unity figure like Yo Un-yong, which we talked about earlier, who's not a communist but is on the political left. And so therefore we should not see Stalin, though he is the granddaddy of the communist bloc, we should not see him necessarily as someone who was planning from the very moment in 1943 to have the Korean peninsula be a unified communist state. And I suppose that wasn't quite a detour, because really, to understand how North Korea happened, you have to understand how Stalin approached this state, this North Korean state that emerged in the aftermath of World War II. So even though we've skipped ahead, I don't think we've said anything that we wouldn't say in a few minutes anyway. Let's jump back to 1945 for a moment. As I said, in April, the Soviets canceled their non-aggression pact with the Japanese. In August, they're going to declare war on Japan, just in time for the U.S. to drop 2 atomic bombs on Hiroshima and Nagasaki. Hiroshima is August 6th. The Soviet Union declares war August 8th, and Nagasaki is August 9th. The Empire of Japan, the Emperor Hirohito, declares his surrender. The Japanese formally surrendered to the United States and to the Allied powers August 15th of 1945. As I mentioned before, the guerrilla fighters of the 88th Infantry, the separate rifle division of which Kim Il-sung is a member, they have not been participating in World War II other than to be prepared to potentially, repel the Japanese if they attacked the Soviet eastern flank. And they are not going to be part of the invasion force of the Soviet Union that rolls through Japanese-occupied China and Korea. And it is not going to be until the Soviet Union has already occupied the northern part of Korea that Kim Il-sung and his guerrilla fighters arrive in, I think it's September, or even October. I think it's September of 1945. So a month or more after the Japanese have already surrendered, which means we need to talk a little bit about what took place between the entrance of the Soviet Union into the war and the arrival of Kim Il-sung into the northern part of Korea. The first thing to consider is why it is that North Korea was divided at the 38th parallel. So North Korea, as we've talked about multiple times now in this lecture, was never divided on this arbitrary line of the 38th parallel. The division of Korea in the aftermath of World War II was an improvisation between the victorious Allied powers. In August 10th and 11th, the night of August 10th going into the morning of August 11th, in the Pentagon in Washington, D.C., 2 colonels were tasked with helping the United States figure out how to propose dividing Korea. Why? Why did they even want to propose dividing Korea? Because they were, the U.S., focused on Japan. They were focused on their Pacific theater. Korea was an afterthought. However, because the Soviets were going to declare war on Japan, in fact, they at this point have for 2 days declared war on Japan and are going to be invading, in fact, are, I think as of August 9th or 10th, invading Korea, Japanese-held Korea, there is a fear among the Americans that the Soviets will go all the way down the Korean peninsula and occupy the whole thing and potentially turn it into a Soviet satellite state without the Americans having a chance to have a say in the post-Japanese Korean political environment. Now, FDR, who's now dead, we have President Truman. FDR really wanted Stalin to be his friend, really wanted to see Stalin as buddy-buddy, was always trying to kind of buddy up with Joseph Stalin, get him to trust him, to the great chagrin of Winston Churchill, who like he did with Hitler, saw Stalin for who he really was. And by the time the victorious powers are rolling into the various occupation zones of the post-war order, for example, as the Soviets are arriving in Eastern Europe and have at this point already begun to occupy Berlin, the Americans, I think actually at this exact time, August of 1945 or July of 1945, are going to first arrive in Berlin to occupy their areas, are becoming more aware that the Soviets might not be their friends after the war, and reverse that, Stalin is well aware that the Americans, despite the entreaties from FDR, is probably not going to be a good friend of the Soviet Union, despite the moniker he's earned or has been called in American propaganda, old Uncle Joe Stalin, and photographed with the Allied powers, the Allied leaders, as though he's just one among three people making the world safe for democracy, to use Woodrow Wilson's language regarding the end goals of foreign policy. The Wilsonian vision after World War I is actually super influential in Korea, because in his 13 points, Woodrow Wilson talks about self-governing peoples. And Woodrow Wilson, was a bad man. He wasn't thinking about the global South, or really, he was thinking about Europe. Okay. And he wasn't thinking about Korea. And yet when Woodrow Wilson, around the time of the Versailles Treaty in 1919, called for a world safe for democracy as one of the outcomes that should happen after World War I, the building of a League of Nations, and having self-determination by the countries of the world with sovereignty to protect themselves, that was actually part of what inspired that March 1919 uprising in Imperial Japan's colony of Korea. Remember the one I said that involved a provisional government in Shanghai in 1919 being declared afterwards by a man named Syngman Rhee. Syngman Rhee spent his formative years, he's a Korean nationalist, he spent his formative years in the United States. I think, somebody can correct me in the comments, I think he met Woodrow Wilson while he was studying. I think he took a course at Princeton or something. I'm going to have to fact check that one. I'll put it up on the screen if I can find the answer. If I don't put anything up on the screen, it's because I couldn't confirm it. Syngman Rhee is going to then spend a good period of time after 1925, when this provisional government basically becomes moribund in Shanghai. He's going to spend time in Hawaii. He's going to spend time in the United States. This Korean nationalist, is going to be bathed sort of in the Wilsonian vision of foreign policy, of a world of sovereign, independent states with self-determination. And in September of 1945, Syngman Rhee is actually going to roll in at the Incheon landing with General MacArthur. He's going to basically hitch a ride from Japan with General MacArthur after the Japanese surrender, and he's going to show up in Seoul as the U.S.'s man in South Korea. It is General MacArthur's man. And the U.S. therefore has some plans for Korea, has some desire to have influence, as the idealism of Woodrow Wilson. And remember, FDR is heavily influenced by Woodrow Wilson. He sits, I think, in the cabinet of Woodrow Wilson. As that idealistic world safe for democracy vision starts to deteriorate in 1945, and there's a realization that maybe relations with the Soviet Union won't be as smooth as FDR imagined, with the policemen of the world working together in a Woodrow Wilsonian vision way. This is the moment when the U.S. decides it needs to have a say in Korea. But how? They have no leverage, which brings us back to what I was trying to say all those minutes ago. August 10th and 11th, those two colonels in the Pentagon are told, hey, figure out a line we can propose to the Soviets for joint occupation, just like we're doing in Berlin, East and West Germany. Find us a way to split Korea so that the Soviets don't have license to go all the way down the peninsula and occupy the entirety of Korea, to give the U.S. a chance to wrap up what it's doing in Japan and then send some occupation forces to Korea. Like I said, they're going to arrive, General MacArthur and Syngman Rhee, about a month later in Seoul. On August 10th, those two colonels are looking at a map in the Pentagon, and literally they just are like, that 38th parallel looks like a good dividing line, gives the Soviet Union a little bit more than the U.S., so maybe Joseph Stalin will sign off on it. Let's propose it to the president. These two colonels, these two men, these two random colonels, decided the dividing line of Korea. They proposed it to Truman. They sent a memo to the White House. The president signed off on it on August 13th. He sent it to Stalin. You'd think Stalin would have objections to it, but no. Stalin's like, That's fine. I think it's more evidence that Stalin probably wasn't too concerned about Korea at this point in time. He just saw the 38th parallel and was like, that's great. He could have said no. He could have taken all of Korea. The Americans were in no position to get there in time to stop him. The Soviets rolled into Pyongyang in August 25th, and they arrived at the 38th parallel not long after. And the Americans don't actually have their landing with General MacArthur until September. So Stalin was in every position of strength to not let this happen, and yet he signed off on it. I think another piece of evidence that Stalin was looking to have bargaining chips, looking to be a little more realistic, and probably not all that concerned about Korea being a core Soviet interest. And that's the difference I think I'd draw there. It's like, it's not to say that Stalin didn't care, it's that it wasn't like a core interest at the time. Stalin was more interested in perhaps having a say in Japan, which he would feel because of, remember, the Russo-Japanese War. He wasn't in power at the time, the Tsar still was, but still, the idea that Manchuria and Japan, that Manchuria is a place of Russian interest is important. And now he's got his buffer state, or is working on having his buffer state in China. Japan was the power that embarrassed Russia in 1904, 1905. He's more interested in making sure Japan is properly taken care of in his sphere of influence, and that's ultimately not going to happen. Okay. So the 30th parallel becomes the dividing line between the Soviet and the American occupation zones. And that's really all it's meant to be. At the end of 1945, there is a conference in Moscow in which Great Britain, the Americans, the Soviets, and I think the French are invited along because the French, even though they got their, they had to surrender to the Nazis, they're always brought in as a great power. They were given a seat at the UN Security Council. Great. There's a conference in Moscow in which a decision is made to have a 4 or 5 years, or up to, I think is the language, up to 5-year trusteeship in Korea to facilitate the unification of Korea via elections and just via the stabilization of the situation. And so at this meeting in late 1945, the powers decide that what they really want to do is to maintain this 38th parallel line with the ultimate goal of integrating the North and South. So in 1945, the goal is not to separate Korea, not to divide Korea. The goal is to have a free and independent Korea, just like Cairo Declaration said in 1943. At the end of 1945, there is material evidence that both sides, and they met in Moscow, both sides of this now communist liberal democracy divide that's going to form for the Cold War. There's evidence that they're working together to institute a trusteeship to see to it that Korea is eventually unified in some way, shape, or form. And they're eventually, in 1946, 1947, going to start to have joint Soviet-American conferences to try to make that happen, try to plan for how that might happen. And that's when everything starts to fall apart. So there's a level of sincerity here, I think one can say, in 1945, or at least, if not sincerity, then a strategic way in which all these powers are approaching the issue to feel each other out. I think that's probably as far as I can go as a non-expert on this subject matter. As I said, the Chinese and Korean guerrillas in July 1945, so a month before the Japanese surrender, in the 88th Infantry, this Red Army infantry, they split. The Chinese are going to go home to China to help participate in Mao's civil war against Chiang Kai-shek, and the Korean group led by Kim Il-sung is going to return to Korea after the Soviets have already run through. Again, the Soviets arrive in August 25 in Pyongyang. Kim Il-sung and his group separate out. So that's the disbandment sort of the Red Army 88th Infantry or Independent Rifle Brigade. Sorry, I'm losing my train of thought. On August 30th, Kim Il-sung actually receives a honorific, a Order of the Red Star, I believe it's called, that's going to honor his service in World War II on behalf of the Soviets. And when Kim Il-sung is first introduced to the North Korean people in October of 1945, he is going to be wearing his Red Army uniform and his Red Star, the Order of the Red Star, to show his fealty to the Soviet Union. It's going to come off a little bizarre to the people, the 300,000 people that have been organized there in October of 1945 to welcome the Soviet Red Army and thank them for liberating the northern part of Korea from the Imperial Japanese. But the United States, the Allied powers, the Soviet Union, they're not the only group of people that are going to have a say in Korea in the aftermath of the Japanese surrender, because Japanese surrender August 15th, in the South in particular, there's not going to be a really Allied presence. The Soviets are going to stop at the 38th, which means there's a few weeks where there's no American Allied presence in the south of Korea. Now, the Japanese that are fleeing are looking to evacuate as quickly as possible, and they practice a scorched earth policy. They evacuate the north. They do some sabotage of industry that they have built up, Japanese-owned industry. They take a lot of, if nothing else, brain power, people who are running these factories and businesses in the north. They are looking to evacuate from the south after their surrender in a way that doesn't mean that they are subject to the people that they have had as subjects under their empire for 35 years. And so the Governor General of the Japanese Imperial Forces, or now the former Japanese Imperial Forces, after they've surrendered, they approach Yo Un-young. Remember, we've talked about him already. He's on the political left. They initially tried to find some of their some moderate Korean nationalists to help them organize their retreat, but none of them want to play ball. Yo Un-young sets out some parameters for helping the Japanese to evacuate from Korea. Girl, I'm trying to finish this lecture, please. Please? I pick her up, I set her down, she comes and she cries. I know I'm encouraging the behavior, but she also meows if I ignore her. She's the most talkative cat I've ever had in my life. I'm so sorry. The Japanese come to Yo Un-young and they say, what can we do to cut a deal to help you facilitate our evacuation without us all getting killed? And he says, all right, you need to provide food for us until the Americans get here. You need to release all 16,000 of your political prisoners. And you need to allow us to create something called the CPKI, which is the Committee for the Preparation of Korean Independence, which in September, before the Americans arrive, just days before the Americans arrive, is going to result in the Republic of Korea, the People's Republic of Korea. Let me check my notes. Sorry, the Korean People's Republic. Okay, there's a lot of acronyms going forward, so just bear with me. The Korean People's Republic is declared in the South by the Committee for the Preparation of Korean Independence before the Americans arrive. And the idea is that when the liberators get here, we'll already be ready to be independent and they'll just hand the reins over to us. It's a little naive and very wrong. In fact, by December of 1945, the American General Hodge, the first person tasked with administering occupied South Korea, is going to make the Korean People's Republic illegal and is going to insist that actually, no, the trusteeship that we have agreed at the Moscow conference is going to be the way that we administer Korea until we're ready, the occupying powers, North and South, Soviet and American, until we're ready to hand that over. So this is subversive. And this is the first step of a series of missteps that the American occupiers make in alienating large swaths of South Korea and making the North look pretty good by comparison, because these CPKI committees are outcroppings of a series of what is often shorthanded to people's committees that spring up in August of 1945 after the Japanese surrender. These people committees appear in cities, in towns, in villages, big and small, all over Korea, as an act of pure jubilation at the evacuation of the Japanese, and out of the expectation that now is the time for Koreans to self-govern and to take on that Wilsonian self-determination that they've been promised since Wilson brought it up in his 13 points after World War I. And it's not just a group of people that round themselves up and organize to expel the Japanese, but it is I think Bruce Cumings puts it as a spontaneous act of self-governance at the smallest level. It's almost anarchist in the fact that it's spontaneous and it's not leftist necessarily, but it's a sense of nationalism that is simply brought forth all at once with the evacuation of the Japanese. Now, the Americans, there might be a slight audio shift here. The Americans started fumbling this immediately. Like I said, they make these committees, these people committees, they see them as communist fronts effectively. There certainly is communist activity in South Korea. The South Korean Communist Party is reborn pretty immediately upon the surrender of the Japanese. In the North, however, Joseph Stalin, like I said, he's being coy, he's being conniving, or maybe he's just being chill. News comes to Joseph Stalin in August of 1945 as they're rolling down towards Pyongyang in the 38th parallel that, reports come to Joseph Stalin in August of 1945 that the Soviet Red Army, as it has done in Eastern Europe, is enacting retribution on the population in North Korea as it's done in Eastern Europe. And, the Koreans are not the enemy that the Japanese were. And so the pillaging and rapacious behavior of the soldiers is scorned directly by Joseph Stalin, who tells them, hey, our goal in Korea is, number one, not to do any of that occupation stuff that we're doing in Eastern Europe and particularly in Germany. But secondarily, our political goal when we arrive in Korea is to actually work with the people's committees and to accept, at least prima facie, that's pretentious for on its face, to accept the people's committees as have been formed by the Koreans. And the deeper strategy behind that is to slowly co-opt those into the basis of communist rule in Northern Korea. And so this is the first aspect of Stalinist statecraft that I wanted to bring up with you, is that Stalinist statecraft in Northern Korea, this state building that project that's going on, is not one in which the Soviet vision is imposed immediately. It's imposed gradually. And it's almost like a slow tightening. And I've heard it, I think I've heard the phrase like salami slicing used. It's like you let everything be and then you slowly slice off your opposition over time. I don't know if that really applies here, but basically the Soviets decide not to bang heads together or to do any of this heavy-handed stuff that the Americans will eventually do in 1945 in telling the People's Committees and the Korean People's Republic that you're no good, that we're actually going to do the trusteeship. The Soviets run into town and just say, so what are y'all up to, Koreans? How are y'all organizing yourselves? How can we help? And there is a branch in Pyongyang of the committee or commission for the preparation of Korean independence, run by a man named Cho Man-sik. Cho Man-sik is a Christian. He is a nationalist, and he is a famous nationalist in that he resisted the Japanese and didn't take a Japanese name, among other accomplishments that he had. He's an elder figure, and he is the chair of the CPKI in Pyongyang. When the Soviets arrive, his commission has a couple communists on it, but it's mostly non-communists, and the Soviets roll in and say, sure, looks good, Cho. Keep up the good work. Gives him a little pat on the head and sends him on his way. And actually, the nominal head of Northern Korea and its preparation for eventual independence and reunification with the South in the Soviet eyes is this guy, Cho Man-sik. That's the guy, and they're not worried about it. I mean, whether they long-term thought he was going to do it is not the point. The point is they left him there. Another figure of interest rolls into town in September of 1945 into Pyongyang. That man is Kim Il-sung, who we've been talking about at length. Now, in September, the discussions begin in the background by a Major General Lebedev. Major General Lebedev, he's going to be, for the meantime, the person in the Soviet Red Army who's tasked with finding a future leader for North Korea. Eventually, the highest ranking person is actually going to be Staikov, who will be the Soviet ambassador to Korea from 1946 until I think 1949 or 1950 when the Korean War starts, basically right up to the eve of the Korean War. Staikov will be the most important Soviet in Northern Korea, but just for this little period of time, especially September 1945, Major General Lebedev is going to do something incredibly important and decisive for the future of the Korean Peninsula, which is he puts together a list on behalf of the Politburo in Moscow of potential future top dog leaders of North Korea. And there's a list. Some of them are Soviet Koreans who are being brought in. Some of them have been exiled since the Great Terror Purges, and they're being brought in from like central hinterlands, so to speak, of the Soviet Union, and they're suddenly being plopped into Korea. The problem with a lot of the Soviet Koreans is that they are culturally and linguistically very obviously Soviet and not Korean, even though presumably they appear ethnically Korean. And they end up becoming an important faction within North Korean politics. These Soviet Koreans, they're one of the 4 factions that is super important going forward, and we'll be discussing them more as we go along. But like I said, they don't necessarily have the appearance of being Korean. And so even though some of them make the list, most famously Hokai, whose real name or whose Soviet name was Alexei Hagay. Hokai is like a Koreanification of Hagay, his last name. There's another faction that is arriving in late 1945, the Yan'an faction. These are the Korean communists who have actually been fighting with Mao in the Chinese Civil War and in the United Front against the Japanese inside of mainland China. Yan'an is the place where a very infamous rectification campaign took place that brought Mao Zedong to the top of communist leadership inside of China. A story for another time, or if you watch my video on every Chinese leader explained, you'll see a better description of that period of time. The problem with them, of course, is that they're considered by the Soviets as potentially more loyal to China than to the Soviet Union. So the Koreans that have been fighting with the CCP in China constitute another faction, but again, a flawed faction that would be difficult. Perhaps they'd be more accepted by the Koreans because presumably they're far more Korean than the Soviet Koreans. They've just been temporarily in China rather than been living in the Soviet Union, as the Soviet Koreans have been for long time, have been raised there. But the Soviets don't trust them. Okay, there's another faction that potentially makes the list. I'm running out of space here. There's a domestic faction. These are people like Pak Hong-yong, who is going to become the chair of the Southern Korean Workers' Party that won't exist really until 1947. But again, he is someone who's a political prisoner, I believe, in the South, got out of prison somehow, evaded capture by the Japanese imperial authorities. There's lots of domestic Koreans who stayed during the Japanese imperial time and constitute what we broadly call the domestic faction. The problem with them is that they're mostly concentrated in the South, in the American occupation zone. They're not as present in the North, where really the majority are Christian moderate nationalists with some communist presence that's going to arrive later. And so the Soviets turn to the 4th, and that is the Manchurian guerrillas like Kim Il-sung. So you have the Yan'an, who were the communists fighting with Mao, who have now come back. When they come back, they're going to form a political party of their own, actually, that's eventually going to get rolled into the larger North Korean Communist Party. You have the Soviet Koreans, who are ethnically Korean, living in the Soviet Union, many of whom have been purged in Stalin's terror and are not potentially trusted by the Koreans themselves for how Soviet they are in their mannerisms and speaking. They might not even speak Korean that well. They've been brought in mostly for administrative purposes because they're well versed in what Stalinist statecraft and institutions might look like. You have the domestic faction who have stayed, but are either perceived as compromised or literally just in a different occupation zone, the American occupation zone in the South, like Pak Hong-yong. And finally, you have the guerrilla faction, that is people like Kim Il-sung who return, and who in the case of Kim Il-sung have literally worn the uniform and have been given the Order of the Red Star for their service in the Soviet Red Army during World War II. And it is therefore Kim Il-sung who is picked out of relative obscurity at this time. And in late September, the Politburo, and we think Lavadry Beria was the biggest advocate of Kim Il-sung, his name is given to Joseph Stalin late in September, and is chosen to be the next big Soviet representative in Korea because he both presents as Korean. He is known for his raids on the Japanese in Manchuria, fighting against Japanese imperial rule. He's never been arrested by the Soviets, or at least by the Japanese. At least he hasn't been arrested since he was a very, very young man. And so he not only satisfies potentially the Koreans who want one of their own to be the face of their leadership in the North, but he's a known commodity more or less to the Politburo, to the Soviets who know Kim Il-sung, he can be our guy because he's literally worn our uniform. And so out of all of the potential candidates, and Tertitskiy's book called The Forgotten Political Elites of North Korea, 2024 by Tertitskiy, it's one that I read in the Library of Congress, has a list of all of the different potential selections by the Soviets. And nonetheless, without going through all those names, they land on Kim Il-sung, who was presented to the North Korean people in a rally, as I mentioned before, in October 14th of 1945. And there's a picture of Kim Il-sung being presented to a group of 300,000 North Koreans who are there to celebrate and thank. It's a big organized thing, right? Come, comrades, and show your appreciation for your liberators, the Soviet Red Army. He's wearing his Soviet Red Army uniform and gives a speech in kind of awkward Korean, because it's a speech that's been written for him by the Politburo or by the bureaucrats in Moscow, and then translated into a clunky Korean with all of the Marxist idioms and strange Soviet way of phrasing things. There's also a secondary problem on October 14th that Kim Il-sung is potentially considered an imposter. There are multiple guerrilla fighters who went by the name Kim Il-sung. So when this 33-year-old, 31, I can't remember exactly, he's in his early 30s now, when he shows up and he looks kind of young and in like a borrowed suit for the event, there's a sense of like maybe this guy is an imposter. So Kim Il-sung gets off to a rocky start. But like I said, overall, the beginning of the Soviet administration, what will be called the Soviet Civil Administration, SCA, goes off relatively smoothly in that the Soviets go in, like I said, and they're not looking to just impose their will necessarily yet. They're looking to simply co-opt what already exists, what the Koreans have built. Like I said, Cho Man-sik, who's not a communist, is running the Committee for the Preparation of Korean Independence. They're going to form a new Democratic Party later in the year, and they're just let to do their own thing. The Soviets encourage them to add some communists onto the board, so to speak, but they're not sent away yet. But like I said, in late 1945, the U.S., the Great Britain, the Soviet Union, they meet in Moscow and they decide on the 5-year maximum trusteeship as a transition period for Korea towards independence, unified independence. And when that message arrives in Korea, everyone across the political spectrum is incensed. Every Korean nationalist who thought that liberation from the Japanese meant self-governance, meant a restoration of their autonomy, perhaps true self-determination without even the vassalage of the Chinese, right? Everyone who imagined that, who sprung up and formed people's committees, who started to organize and welcome the liberators, the announcement of a trusteeship by the victorious powers to the vast masses of Korea on the political right and the political left. What it represents is a grand betrayal and a secret announcement of future imperial ambitions for Korea. What they hear when they hear trusteeship is that we are going to basically be in a 5-year protectorate, like maybe the Koreans understood in 1905, so that we can annex you in 5 years, just like the Japanese did in 1910, but the Allied powers will do it in 1950, right? Everyone freaks out, including the Northern Communists, including people like Kim Il-sung, including Southern Communists, including New Democratic Party people like Cho Man-sik, moderate nationalists, including Syngman Rhee, who is, I don't think I've said it before, is a Christian nationalist. And I already mentioned he's deeply ingrained in, like, he's spent time and been educated in the United States, lived in places like Hawaii. To all of them, this trusteeship represents a grand betrayal. Instead of just handing over the keys, the Southern occupiers tell the Koreans, your little republic that you formed, no. The North Koreans, even though they haven't had their organizations banned, they still hear this trusteeship and they feel betrayed. A few things occur then. Cho Man-sik continues his opposition into January of 1946, and he's actually put under house arrest in February 1946. And Cho Man-sik is going to first be arrested and held in like relatively humane captivity. And at some point at the start of the Korean War, we think he is killed kind of in the background. He's executed at a difficult point for the North Koreans as they actually have to do a retreat. And they're worried about people like him being let out of prison and then becoming a representative of Northern Korea as the North Koreans retreat to the South and to the Americans that are coming to relieve the South of the North occupation. Getting ahead of myself, Cumings, therefore, is gone pretty soon after the New Year of 1946. And the CPKI that was then formed is suddenly now one of the pieces of salami has been cut off, so to speak, and now the communists can run this CPKI. But that's not to say that the Soviet Union becomes unpopular in North Korea after they eliminate their first obstacle, Cumings. The Provisional North Korean People's Committee is formed in early 1946 with the explicit task of beginning to nationalize industry and to institute a land reform. Now, and this is the beginning of the Soviet administration that's going to start to take the form of what would be recognizable as Stalinist statecraft. Stalinism in the Soviet Union was all about heavy industry, and the reform of land, aka the expropriation of land from landowners, from what were called rich peasants or kulaks in the Soviet Union, and then eventually the collectivization of that land that's been expropriated from the landlords and given to the peasants. In 1946, the Provisional People's Committee for Reform began to nationalize industry, so with the intent of then focusing North Korea's industry. The majority of the entire Korean Peninsula's industry is in the north, and to institute a quick reform of land to expropriate land from either land that's now been abandoned by the Japanese Empire. Remember, the Japanese Empire became a plurality landholder in Korea, to expropriate it from the remnants of the Yongbon class, which have taken land under that survey that was conducted by the Japanese and benefited from taking even more land from the ancestral peasantry that had worked on it as tenant farmers. They take all of that, and using the decentralized work of the people's committees all over North Korea, in a matter of literal weeks, they institute a land reform that overnight transforms the millennia-long ownership, again, land reform, goodness gracious, that overnight repurposes and retools the entirety of the North Korean landscape and gives ordinary peasants overnight, and the peasants themselves are empowered to organize it themselves, a maximum of, I think, 10 or 12 acres per peasant. Just do it yourselves, says the Provisional People's Committee in North Korea. The message goes out from the Politburo to the Provisional People's Committee, make this happen. The People's Committee then tells all of the small decentralized people's committees all over North Korea, make the land reform happen. And just in a matter of weeks, all of the land in North Korea is now held and is owned in 10 to 12 acre sections by the North Korean peasantry. As you might imagine, this makes the Soviet occupiers and the People's Committee that is now devoid, right? The leadership in North Korea is now being run by the communists for the most part. And suddenly, all of these peasants who have been exploited in horrific ways by the Japanese Empire for decades and have been subject to tenant farming for centuries, they're suddenly told, here is your little plot of land. Not only is that popular in the north, but in the south, where an administration under Syngman Rhee and the American occupiers is showing itself to be quite authoritarian and non-compliant and non-interested in reform, except verbally saying we're going to reform one day, a little bit more beholden to the landowners and the very small number of industrialists that exist in the South. The goal in the South is anti-communism from the Americans. The goal in the South is not getting the goodwill or finding really a good administration for the South, at least not in the short term. It's in preventing the South from going communist. The Southern people see what's going on in the North. You can imagine they're a little jealous. A lot of the landowners that were in the North flee to the South in the tens of thousands, I think over 100,000, maybe even in the hundreds of thousands. There's a grand migration from the North to the South because the 38th parallel, unlike today as a demilitarized zone, does not represent like this hardened border in 1945, 1946. It's just a random line on a map. So there's free movement going back and forth, information, people. And this is probably the biggest and most influential and most important thing that happens in 1946. The most important thing in 1945 in the North is that Kim Il-sung is brought in and is made the Soviets' choice to be the leader of North Korea. The most important thing that happens in 1946 is the land reform in the North. And I wrote some things down. The IPC, that is the Interim People's Committee, nationalized banks, nationalized Japanese industry. They participated in some debt forgiveness. They lowered taxes, which means lowering the taxes that the new owners of land of these 10 to 12 acreage, they're going to pay like 25%, right? Which is much lower than sometimes upwards of 90% tenancy taxes under Japanese imperial rule. And even the 1820 land survey had peasants paying pretty high rents all the way back in the Joseon Dynasty. So 25% tax is a significant lowering of tax on land that is now belonging to the peasants. Right now, collectivization will come. These peasants who are now landowners don't realize that they're also going to have their land expropriated and collectivized. That's stage 2 of Stalin estate building. But as of right now, they're suddenly landowners and they have pretty low taxes. So they're happy about that. There's also labor reform in the North. An 8-hour workday is announced, standard and minimum wage. Child labor is abolished. Social Security is made part of the state. That is like old life and poverty assurances. And there's a public distribution of food that comes into play, mostly for the military, but this is also going to be an integral part of Stalin estate building in the North and eventually the North Korean regime itself after it collectivizes, because establishing early and often that the Korean people, the North Korean people, need to rely on food distribution, a central food distribution, is a precedent being set for eventual collectivization. Afterwards, people won't be growing their own food that they own on their own plots. They're going to be part of collectivized farms that will then, from the state, be collected, all of that food, and then redistributed to the people from a centralized location. In July 1946, the Yan'an faction's People's Party and the North Korean Communist Party under Kim Il-sung is not the chair yet. There's another person who's the chair, but Kim Il-sung will one day be the chair of the North Korean Communist Party. They merge in July of 1946 into the they form into the Unified North Korean Communist Party, or the Communist Party of North Korea, whatever you prefer. Now, this was already a point of tension with the South, where the Korean Communist Party was not prepared for the North to be announcing its own northern branch of the Korean Communist Party. And so now what we're seeing in the North is that two versions of the Communist Party are being melded together into simply one North Korean Communist Party. We've already seen that the new People's Party under Cho Man-sik has been defanged, and actually a communist figurehead will be put in charge of that new Democratic Party as well. The new Democratic Party of Cho Man-sik, which was a center-right or nationalist group, the NDP National New Democratic Party, is going to have a communist head. The New Democratic Party still exists today, as I'm recording, in North Korea as the Social Democratic Party. So it became a stooge of communist rule all the way back in 1946. It was defanged as a liberal, nationalist, right-leaning Christian party and became just a communist puppet. It still exists that today as one of the amalgam of strange North Korean political parties that exercise no independence whatsoever and simply exist as fake foils to the Korean Workers' Party. So you can see this consolidation of political powers already starting to take place. And in fact, the North Korean Communist Party is going to rebrand into the North Korean Workers' Party in August. So just a month later, they're going to rebrand again. They've already merged into the North Korean Communist Party. Then they're going to merge in the North Korean Workers' Party. I'm going to clear the board. We're going to go to 1947 to 1950 for our last section here. And we're going to see the emergence of two separate states in North and South, because you can start to see here that there's a political consolidation happening and the exercise of political power through land reform and nationalization. And what I want you to consider now for the rest of this lecture is, when did North Korea happen? Did it happen only when North Korea was officially declared in 1948? Was North Korea happened after the armistice in 1953 and the end of the Korean War? Or did North Korea happen at some point before then? Is there a moment in time between now and 1948, when the formal declarations of North and South Korea occur, where we can say really two states exist and there is a divergence now, a formal divergence. I made a cut to clean the board and to just write down a few things to help prompt my memory so I can move you quickly through the rest of this lecture and talk about how North Korea happened. Thank you for being with me this whole time. I'm going to try to keep the energy up, even though, as I'm sure you can kind of tell, I'm starting to get a little gassed, but I am feeling good. I feel like we're bringing this all together. Now, I said we're going to be looking for those divergences, right? So I should mention that in March 1946, so we're rolling back a little bit, March 1946, the first meeting of the Soviet-American Joint Commission on Committee begins to meet, and there is immediately signs of problems. There's immediately disagreement between the Soviets and the Americans about what a future unified Korea should look like, how elections should be held for that unified Korea, because obviously choosing how those elections are held will influence who ultimately holds the Korean Peninsula in its entirety in their sphere of influence. And the Cold War, 1946, 1947, is starting to become reality. Truman's containment speech is going to, the official announcement of a containment is 1947. 1945, 1946, there's these rumblings and points of disagreement. And one of them is in Korea, where in spring of 1946, immediately the Joint Commission starts to have a stalemate. And actually, by May 8th, I believe, the Joint Commission basically decides to indefinitely suspend their meetings. They're like, we can't find a way through. There's too much obstinance on both sides. I wrote down November 23rd, 1946. This is when Pak Hon-young, who's another really important figure for you to know about in North Korea, he forms the South Korean Workers' Party, which is going to be the counterpart to the North Korean Workers' Party. And in 1948, if I'm not mistaken, they're going to be melded into a single party, and Pak Hon-young is going to defect from the South and move to the North as the anti-communism in the South becomes not just more aggressive, but directly violent. And that's the thing that I think I need to touch on as we move into 1947, is there is a distinct vibe in the South that dysfunction is abundant. As I mentioned before at the very beginning of this video, the stereotype we have in our head is of a prosperous, fairly democratic South Korea that's within the American sphere of orbit, high GDP, exporting lots of culture. That is not the South Korea that existed really all the way until like the 1980s. If you looked at the trajectory of North Korea, it's up, up, and up until 1960 or so. It's looking like the one of the two Koreas that has it together, so to speak. South Korea looks dysfunctional as hell. Okay, and it remains dysfunctional even in the 70s. There's like assassinations, and in 1960, Syngman Rhee is going to be forced to resign. He's lording over a stagnant South Korea that is full of, first of all, his lackeys. There are not free and fair elections in the South at any point, really, until the 1980s. And Syngman Rhee's authority is held up by two things. One, copious amounts of American aid, economic aid. So in spring 1947, Secretary of State Dean Acheson announces that to the tune of about $100 million a year, the American government will be propping up the South Korean government. And the American government is also funding paramilitary groups, right-wing paramilitary groups that are going to oppose communists' actions in the South, particularly in something called the Jeju Uprising of 1948, in which people protesting South Korean elections, leftists protesting South Korean elections without the North, so not unified elections, they see these leftists do correctly that the elections happening in 1948 in the South are a pretext to declare a South Korean republic independent, a separate and divided South Korean state away from the North, and they rebel. And the South Korean state, with the blessing of Syngman Rhee and his forces, and with paramilitary groups and youth paramilitary groups, conduct a pretty vicious crackdown on those leftists. And so there is a general sense that being on the political left in South Korea is an untenable thing to be. July 1947, Yo Un-young, that leftists I mentioned that cut a deal with the Japanese imperialists to free all the political prisoners, who was potentially seen as a unifying figure, had in fact been the vice president with Syngman Rhee as president for a period of time. He's assassinated in July 1947, and the South Korean police are like, that sucks. So there's a sense that being even not a communist, but just anywhere on the political left in South Korea is becoming dangerous. That's why Pak Hon-yong in 1948 is going to defect to the North and become part of a unified Korean Workers' Party. The North is going to be removed from that title, just as the South Korean Workers' Party is going to be just dissolved, basically. There is going to be no Communist Party in the South. The Korean Workers' Party, the newly unified Korean Workers' Party, is going to swell its ranks to about 700,000. It's a mass party, and it's going to claim to represent the entirety of the Korean peninsula. This is another thing that distinguishes Kim Il-sung's version of Marxism-Leninism, insofar as he even is a Marxist-Leninist, from Stalin, and from the more traditional Leninist vanguard party attitude, which is that the Communist Party in the Soviet Union was an elite organization of literates, of literate people, of elites, of a new elite that then run the state as the vanguard of the working people. Kim Il-sung sees his base of support as the peasants, who are not proletarians anyway, according to like Orthodox Marxism. They're a different thing. They're peasants, but let's leave that aside for a second. Kim Il-sung sees it as absolutely essential that the masses of workers in North Korea are the peasants themselves as well, are part of this mass party. And it also kind of mirrors actually probably his influence from Chairman Mao in China, where the Communist Party was far larger, and where the idea of bottom-up influence was much more prioritized, at least vocally, in communist China. Mao Zedong liked to portray at least an image where leadership was not given from the top down, but rather decentralized masses instructed the party on how to behave. That was the basis of Mao's Cultural Revolution, for example, where Red Party cadres, people carried their little red books around and perpetuated small-scale violence all over the country rather than having that violence centralized in the state. Mass participation. Kim Il-sung also prioritized that, and it's one of the places where he diverged from Stalin in his thinking about what a party apparatus should look like. Now, that is not to say that the party leadership in North Korea was of the masses, though the new party elite will eventually be the people who actually end up becoming the higher echelons in the elite of North Korea will, to a great extent, be represented by a new elite peasant class that rise through the ranks of the Korean Workers' Party. Nonetheless, atop this mass party is Kim Il-sung and Kim Il-sung only, or at least that is the case later on. As of this moment, in this snapshot in 46, 47, 48, 49, and even going into 1950, there are still the four factions that we discussed earlier within the Korean Workers' Party: the Yan'an faction, the domestic faction, the Soviet Koreans, and the guerrilla fighters. When the Soviet-American Joint Commission starts to fall apart in 46 and eventually is suspended permanently in 1947, a decision is made to basically toss the decision on what to do with the separated Korea and its future administration to the newly formed United Nations. And so the United Nations forms the United Nations Temporary Committee on Korea in November of 1947. I almost did a little slip of the tongue there and said United States Temporary Commission on Korea. That's not that far off, because there was a sense that the UN was dominated heavily by the USA and its allies. Particularly, that was the perception of the Soviets, who, when this issue was tossed to the UN, to like, we can't figure out, us Soviets and Americans, we can't figure out how to deal with reunifying Korea. We can't agree in our joint commission. We got to just toss it to the UN. The Soviets saw through that immediately. It's like, okay, the Americans are making a ploy to let the UN decide, but the UN basically represents American interests in the eyes of Joseph Stalin, and therefore this is doomed from the start. And all of the things that the UN Temporary Commission on Korea decides to do, most notably to hold elections in Korea in 1948, is seen as illegitimate by the Soviets, and it is opposed vehemently by the Soviets. At the end of 1947, it is pretty clear that the dream from August of 1945 that the liberators of the Allied powers were going to roll in, eject the Japanese, and that a unified Korea would form out of all these disparate people's committees and the committees for the preparation of Korean independence in the North and South, Yoeun-yongs in Seoul, and Choman-6 in the North, and all of these wide, across the spectrum political interests in Korea, that they were going to all unify into one nationalist single entity Korea. And then once it was formed, the political fights would go on and carry on as you would expect. But for this one blip of moment of hope in 1945, by 1947, by the end of 1947, that hope is dying. And there are the initial discussions going on in North Korea to actually draft a constitution. That decision is carried through, that desire for a constitution for North Korea, eventually leading to the announcement of the Democratic People's Republic of Korea in 1948, the foundation of a completely separate state out loud. The initiation of that process is in 1947. The desire for that constitution is sent to the Politburo in Moscow. The bureaucrats in Moscow actually help write the constitution. The North Koreans send a draft up. The Politburo, including Joseph Stalin himself, hand edited certain parts of the North Korean constitution. And actually, this is maybe a conversation for another time, I actually went through the North Korean Constitution of 1948, and I compared it to the model on which it was based, the 1936 Soviet Constitution. And in a lot of its structures, it is highly similar. So just in the structure itself, like starting with like nationalization and economic things and natural resources, and moving on to social rights and then the obligations of citizens, it mirrors the Soviet Constitution of 1936 extremely well. That is the 1948 North Korean Constitution. One thing that's really interesting in the 1948 North Korean Constitution is Article 103. Yeah, Article 103 of the North Korean Constitution says the capital of the Democratic People's Republic of Korea is Seoul. Now, keep in mind, Seoul is, at the time this was drafted, clearly in the American occupation zone, will become part, at a very similar time frame, in summer of 1948, become part of what is officially a South Korean state, will be proclaimed in August of 1948 with its own constitution after it has elections, and Syngman Rhee squirms his way into the presidency of that new Republic of Korea, ROK. Here's the 1948 North Korean Democratic People's Republic Constitution, and the capital is named as Seoul. And as far as I know, that is still in the text of the North Korean Constitution. The line in North Korea at the time of its formation, formal formation in 1948 until the outbreak of the Korean War, Kim Il-sung called for, quote, the completion of national territory. National territory. And keep in mind, this is also part of this nationalism thing again. He's not saying workers of the world unite, like the Comintern would have said. He's not saying workers of Korea unite. He's saying, let's complete our national territory. So the tone is very different, even if it is still couched in a lot of communist language, even if it is taking from a 1936 Stalinist constitution, which admittedly was also pretty nationalist in itself, because, like we said earlier, this is the period of time when the Soviet Union has thrown off the pretense of world revolution and just says socialism first in one country, socialism first in the Soviet Union. End of 1947, I wrote some of these things down. North Korea is drafting its own constitution. It has dropped the provisional from the name of its People's Committee for North Korea. It's distributing food. It's building an army, the KPA, which is going to be revealed in February of 1948. It has its own currency. It's having People's Committee elections. Elections is a rough way of saying you had a yes or no vote for a united front. You have the nationalization, and you have the reforms. And of course, you have a border at the 38th parallel. In South Korea, you have lots of repression. You have political prisoners. Syngman Rhee's administration is going to rack up as many, if not more, political prisoners as the Japanese Empire did. So much for an American liberal democracy project. And there are guerrilla forces, nationalist guerrilla forces fighting in the South. There are communist-sponsored and communist-leaning guerrilla forces, and there are nationalist right-wing paramilitary groups run by the youths. The Joint Commission is dead. There are police raids in the South. There are plans for an election in South Korea without the North in 1948. The South is going to have that election, draft a constitution, and declare the Republic of Korea in 1948. But all I'm trying to say is, in my opinion, right here at the end of 1947, I think this really is when we can say North Korea happened. When we can say definitively that North Korea was a state in and of itself, a Stalinist-built state that was in stage one, right? They've expropriated land. They've nationalized industry. They will eventually collectivize. They've reformed working hours. They've built a mass communist party. They're drafting a constitution. Did I already say that? In the South, you already have a separate government that's going to form a constitution and hold elections and declare itself. Both places have all the trappings of states at this moment. And I think, really, even though the declaration is not going to be made for about another year in both places, I think we can say right here that the divergence has happened. In the course of 2 years and change, from 1945 until late autumn, right before the winter solstice, right, December 21st, in 1947, right there, I think, is where I would identify a separate North and South Korea officially. The pretense is gone of unification, at least the pretense of unification without force, and the trappings of the state via taxation and all of the things you would expect, either elections or ways of choosing committees and governance, they're all there. And so in theory, we could end the video right there. North Korea happened when all hope was lost for a reunified Korea without the use of military force. But I want to push forward just a little bit more to 1949, to 1948, the end of 1948, 1949, and 1950, when the decision is made, actually in Moscow, the final decision at least is made to unify the Korean peninsula. Now, Pak Han-yong and Kim Il-sung might have begun discussing plans to invade the South as early as 1947, but that's not confirmed. But by the end of 1948, they are going to be absolutely certain that that is the course that they want to take. And in 1949, they are going to begin to petition Joseph Stalin to make that a reality. I mentioned that South Korea was dysfunctional as hell, and that the priority of the American administration there basically became oppose communism, empower Syngman Rhee to oppose communism, make sure it doesn't fall, continue to contain, right? This containment theory. George Kennan, Dean Acheson, Harry Truman. Washington is simply interested in making sure that the communist bloc doesn't grow. At the end of 1947, communism and the communist parties are made illegal, and you'd think that the Americans would be happy with Syngman Rhee for his combativeness with communism, but in reality, the Americans aren't particularly happy with Syngman Rhee. They see him as authoritarian, as an a-hole, as exploitative. He's going to Washington and lobbying himself, actually, because remember, he has this background in the United States. He knows the political landscape very well. And when the plan comes to actually hold elections and to have an election in South Korea, only in South Korea, not including the North, for a unified political assembly, it is Syngman Rhee who actually leaks that information early before it's actually announced to try to preempt and show that, oh, I'm part of this decision. And of course, I'll be in charge once the election is held in 1948. There's a sense that Syngman Rhee is MacArthur's man, and General MacArthur, remember, he comes in September 1945 and brings Syngman Rhee with him to Seoul. MacArthur is not necessarily, though he is the highest ranking American on the Korean peninsula, is not necessarily Harry Truman's man. MacArthur is a weird dude, probably a fascist at heart, and really wanted to actually use tactical nuclear weapons when the Korean War was not going the United States' way. But let's cover that just in brief a little bit later. The dawn of 1949, we're a year and a half outside of the start of the Korean War. Both North and South Koreans' leadership are advocating for unification by force now. The illusion that there's going to be some sort of grand compromise is dead. As I already said, Kim Il-sung was talking about the completion of national territory, aka we have to unify Korea by hook or crook. The South slogan I have here was advance North to unify the nation. So There's only one thing that Kim Il-sung and Syngman Rhee have in common, which is that they think that there's a war coming and that force is going to be necessary to make it happen. Kim Il-sung and his number two, Pak Hon-yong, remember, who was part of the South Korean Workers' Party and then defected, in January of 1949, they begin to plan their first trip to Moscow. The Republic of Korea is proclaimed after elections are held in August of 1948, and the DPRK, the Democratic People's Republic of Korea, is unveiled in September of 1948. So there's that formal separation of two countries that I was alluding to, but like I said, I think 1947, the end of 1947, is really the better time to label the formal separation, the death of the dream of unification, by anything other than war. Now, I said they're prepping in January, they set out in February, and they have a train trip. That is Kim Il-sung and Pak Hon-yong, and they show up. Kim Il-sung, just write that down so we can keep organized in our head who we're talking about. Pak Hon-yong, they arrive in March of 1950 in Moscow. Remember I mentioned Soviet ambassador Shtaikov, the Soviet ambassador to North Korea. He's the ambassador, but he's also running the show quite a bit, right? So he's the one that's transmitting the Politburo's desire for the way in which land reform will happen, the industrialization to build up heavy industry in the Stalinist way, to do all these worker reforms, to pass a law of relatively, I put in quotes, progressive gender equality laws to allow for divorce and to abolish the institution of planned marriages and arranged marriages, which is pretty common in Korea at this period, to institute a pretty rudimentary women's liberation that will not really be carried out. Traditional family roles are going to continue to be a mainstay of the North Korean state. Another difference with the Soviet Union, where even although all the leadership in the Soviet Union is male, there is still a view that women are part of the proletarian and are workers just like men. And it goes even further in China, where women and the family unit itself is broken apart in collectivization, and there's no sense of family in the Maoist vision of collective farming. North Korea, the traditional family remains, and so the women's liberation law that's promulgated isn't super important. Okay, all that's going through Shtaikov, the Soviet ambassador. He's interfacing with Kim Il-sung and Pak Hon-yong in the north, now in this unified Korean Workers' Party. And these two approach Shtaikov before their visit to Moscow to meet Stalin in March of 1950. And they ask Shtaikov, hey, it'd really be great if we could unify Korea by force. We're going to go to Moscow and ask Stalin if we can do this, ask for his blessing. Now, a couple things to note here. The first thing is that this is already a reverse of the dynamic of what was expected and what was perceived by the West until the opening of the Soviet archives. The orthodox view, the assumption behind the Iron Curtain, was that Stalin was the puppeteer making all of the North Koreans get ready for war, and that his plan all along was to unify North and South Korea. And as we've already seen, that wasn't really the case. He, as a as a true communist, he believed that war was coming with the United States, that there'd be a showdown between the communist and the capitalist world. But he wasn't quite ready yet to provoke the United States. And so this dynamic of Kim Il-sung and Pak Hon-yong being the ones to go and agitate him is a reversal of what everyone believed. That is not to say that Stalin did not have his fingers all over North Korea and that the North Korean state was not at its core a Soviet construction. That is a debate in history, whether the North Korean Revolution was a North Korean revolution or whether it was a Soviet state building project. Of course, it was a mix of the two. And over time, the Soviet influence in North Korea would dwindle and dwindle and dwindle. And eventually there would be quite the alienation in the Khrushchev years. But prior to that, Joseph Stalin's still running the show, but he's not looking to start a war yet. It is Kim Il-sung, Pak Hon-yong, who first float the idea with the Soviet ambassador Shtaikov. And he tells them, and I have it written down here, Shtaikov told Pak Hon-yong and Kim Il-sung when they first floated the idea of a war, even before they arrive in Moscow, before they set off for their trip. He says, without peaceful unification, so without a unified Korean state, that even something as simple as like a friendship treaty with North Korea would not be advisable. AKA, the Soviets not only don't want to start a war, but they want to continue to play the game as though peaceful unification is possible. And they don't want to treat the North Korean state as a separate state, even though behind the scenes they've manufactured the North Korean constitution and made North Korea a separate state. So there's a weird game being played Basically, though, the bottom line is that Joseph Stalin in early 1949, or did I say 1950? Oops. March of 1949, Joseph Stalin does not yet have the atomic bomb, and so he doesn't feel that he's ready for a confrontation with the United States. Remember, these showdowns with the United States are going to start to pop off in 1949. So you have the Berlin blockade, you have the announced containment policy of the United States from 1947. This confrontation is building. The Cold War is definitely starting, but Stalin isn't ready to go all in yet. And so Shtaikov basically tells Kim Il-sung and Pak Yong-yong in this like cage language about no friendship treaty and we can't really do deals until Korea is unified peacefully. In couch language, he's basically telling them, hey, we're not ready for that yet. We're not ready for a war. So don't expect that when you arrive in Moscow that Stalin's going to sign off on that. And indeed, he doesn't. Pak Yong-yong and Kim Il-sung do extract aid, like a lot of aid and a lot of armament help from Joseph Stalin during their visit in March of 1949. Critically, he tells them no invasion yet. And Stalin is really the decider in all of these things because he's the one arming the North Koreans. They're not ready to fly yet. But there is, as you'll notice, in arming the North Koreans, there is a recognition that something might be coming. And that must be contrasted then with the American help for Syngman Rhee's administration, where they are withholding a lot of armaments and heavy machinery and planes and like cutting edge tech, like military technology, for fear that Syngman Rhee in the South will initiate the unification war himself without American position, that he will go rogue. And there's lots of tension in the South between the American ambassador threatening aid to Syngman Rhee for being too authoritarian, for delaying assembly elections, for letting inflation get out of control, for basically being too authoritarian. They feel like their guy is out of control. Stalin still seems to have his leash on his guys pretty well, and he's preparing them for war while telling them to wait. And in one account, I don't think it's definitive, Stalin is quoted as saying, like, wait for 3 seasons, something like this. Like, we're not ready yet. No. There's another player in this, and that's Chairman Mao. In October of 1949, Chairman Mao is going to declare the People's Republic of China and his ultimate victory in the Chinese Civil War. It's already pretty obvious at the start of 1949 that he's going to be victorious, to the point where some Koreans who have still been serving in the CCP's army in the Civil War against the nationalists are going to start to be redeployed, resent back across the Manchurian border into Korea to fill out the ranks of the KPA, the Korean People's Army. So Mao's feeling ascendant, he's feeling good. And it's actually, it's in this book, Mao, The Unknown Story by Chung Chang and John Holliday, that I learned that really, even this early on in 1949, Mao was already intimating his support for Kim Il-sung in an eventual Korean War for unification. And it was previously thought that Mao didn't really signal his supports until 1950, and that book in particular seems to show Mao was ready to go all the way in 1949. He's feeling bullish. He's winning the Chinese Civil War. He's going to be victorious within a matter of months and declare the People's Republic of China, send the remaining of the Koreans that are fighting for him back to Korea, and prepare for what would be the deactivated Korean People's Army, or the Chinese People's Army. He's going to actually start getting them ready to reposition themselves on the border with Korea for eventual participation, if necessary, in the Korean War. Spoiler alert, in the Korean War, the Soviets are not going to be involved directly at all. It is the Chinese that are actually going to come to the aid of the North Koreans in their hour of need. Over the course of 1949, Stalin's mind his calculus is going to change. China's going to win the Civil War. There's going to be a Chinese communist state buffering the Soviet Union all the way across, unified China, including Manchuria, going to serve as a buffer for the Soviet Union between them and Korea and the Korean Peninsula. Because that's solidified, the communist bloc in general is on the ascendancy, and Stalin has what he needs to feel a little bit more secure. The second thing is that he gets the bomb. The Soviet Union tests the atomic bomb, and like I said, Truman announces to the American people in September of 1949 that the Soviet Union has the atomic bomb. In Stalin's eyes, he is at parity with the United States and is ready to be a little bit more provocative, if not to invite outright full-on conflict and war. And the South, the third thing that makes Stalin probably more confident is the news coming out of the South that things are just looking worse and worse and worse. I already mentioned that the relationship between Syngman Rhee and the Americans is deteriorating. In a bid to try to win some goodwill over Syngman Rhee announces land reform and promises land reform to help the peasant class in the South eventually become owners of their land, just like had happened in the North in 1946 in a matter of weeks. So you can see that he's also feeling the pressure, even though he's not a communist and wouldn't expectantly be like all about land reform. He announces it. It doesn't actually happen in 1949. And so the general trajectory of the South is dysfunctional. It's stagnant. There's inflation. There's the power base of Syngman Rhee and the Americans. They need the land-owning capitalist class that is existing in the South to the detriment of any populist politics that they might perform, like had been performed in the North. And of course, Syngman Rhee is the president because of some shenanigans that took place in the elections in 1948. His party only really won 1/4 of the seats in the assembly, and that was with many moderate nationalists and lots of the political left abstaining from those elections. So even with lots of his opposition abstaining from the 1948 election, Syngman Rhee still only got 1/4 of his party directly in the assembly, and it is only through threats and shenanigans that he ends up becoming the Republic of Korea's first president. And then one final piece of the puzzle fits together in January of 1950. In January of 1950, the Secretary of State, Dean Acheson, at the press club right here in Washington, D.C., gives a speech on January 12th that explicitly says where the Americans prioritize their interests in the Pacific. I actually have it written down right here because this is the last piece of the puzzle for Stalin, who in 1950 in the spring is going to finally give his blessing to a northern invasion of the South. In the January 12th, 1950 press club speech, Secretary of State Dean Acheson says that China is lost. So China, the nationalists have fallen. They've fled to Taiwan. He says that it is the Americans' responsibility to, first of all, he doesn't mention it's the Americans' responsibility to defend Taiwan, where Chiang Kai-shek is. So it seems like he's already acknowledging that China's just completely gone. There's no chance of a nationalist reinvasion. China is gone to the communists. And he says that the American priorities are to defend Japan, to defend the Ryukyu Islands. Those are the islands between Korea and Japan, to defend the Philippine Islands. He doesn't say anything about Korea. He acknowledges that Russia has had interest in northern China that, quote, long antedates communism. So he's writing off China, and he's saying that our interests are in Japan, in islands around the Philippines, and islands around Japan. He doesn't mention Korea explicitly, but he says this: so far as militarized sectors of other areas of the Pacific are concerned, it must be clear that no person can guarantee these areas against military attack. As far as other military areas are concerned, military sectors of the Pacific are concerned, clear that no person can guarantee these areas against military attack. So if you're not Japan, if you're not the Ryukyu Islands, if you're not the Philippine Islands, if you're Taiwan, if you're Korea, what is being said is that, like, if you're attacked, the United States can't really help you. Syngman Rhee in South Korea, it's not explicitly said. If you're invaded, you're in some trouble. That's the implication here. And Joseph Stalin hears that loud and clear. Kim Il-sung hears that loud and clear and comes to the definitive conclusion that the Americans will not involve themselves in a Korean war if the North pushes through. And so he goes back in the spring of 1950, and he actually sits, that is Kim Il-sung, in a Politburo meeting in Moscow in April of 1950. His trip it spans March and April of 1950. And in this meeting, we have some more details about what happens because Nikita Khrushchev, the Soviet premier after Joseph Stalin, is present and talks about it, and talks about how no true communist would ever turn down Kim Il-sung because he's clearly just so gung-ho. And we know that in this April meeting, on April 10th, 1950 to be precise, Joseph Stalin says, yes, Kim Il-sung, you have my blessing to invade South Korea. But there's a but. There's a but. He says, you, Kim Il-sung, can invade South Korea if you so desire. However, I will not lift a finger to help you if it goes wrong. I'm still weary of the United States on a strategic level. All of the American troops are gone from the Korean Peninsula. all the Soviet troops are gone from the Korean Peninsula. They've been gone since 1948 in the cases of the Soviets. In the case of the Americans, I think they finished their departure from the Korean Peninsula in 1949. And Stalin says, if the Americans come back, I don't have your back. You got to do this alone. And you probably shouldn't, in fact, you shall not commence the operation until you have the blessing of Mao Zedong from China. Go ask Chairman Mao. Go ask your mother. I'm your father. I'm not going to help you. Go ask your mother. Go ask Mao Zedong. So Kim Il-sung and Pak Hon-yong go to Beijing in May of 1950. And they ask Mao Zedong, hey, will you help us? Joseph Stalin said it's cool. Will you help us? And Mao, he wants to say yes, but he's also like, why didn't Joseph Stalin tell me that he approves of this and wants me to help? So he actually sends a telegram to Moscow and he's like, did you approve this, Joseph Stalin? And the message that comes back from Joseph Stalin is kind of telling, and it shows the preeminence that Stalin assigns himself. Rightfully so. He has it. He's the top dog. And he sells he telegraphs back to Mao something to the effect of, I would support it, but I let you two communist comrades decide amongst yourselves. Basically saying, I approve, but also my hands aren't on this. You two figure it out. You two, my underlings, figure it out. Now, in the eyes of Nikita Khrushchev, who's going to become the premier of the Soviet Union after the death of Joseph Stalin, what he sees in all this is Joseph Stalin being like a bit of a meanie face to Mao and Kim Il-sung of asserting too much dominance. And it's Khrushchev who, like in his political leadership in the Soviet Union, is going to rely more on collective leadership, is not going to be as much of a tyrant, is going to actually push for de-Stalinization and the end of the one-man cult of personality. He's going to actually, when he takes power, try to treat Mao and Kim Il-sung as equals, or at least a little bit nicer, and try to be less demanding. And actually, neither of those men are going to take well to that. They're actually, Mao and Sung, much more amenable to the Stalin domineering type. I don't know what that says about them, but they prefer Daddy Stalin to very nice Khrushchev. Anyway, this is the green light that Kim Il-sung needs. And so the final preparations are made in May. I think the final approval comes from Stalin for the attack plan that's developed. The plan to invade the South is threefold. 1, assemble at the 38th parallel. 2, call for unification. So feign as though what you really want is peaceful unification. And then 3, surprise attack, I believe at the Ongjin Peninsula, Ongjin Peninsula, and that is exactly what happens. So the North Koreans assemble, I want to say, an army of about 150,000 of the KPA. They call for unification, and then in June of 1950, June 25th of 1950, at 4:40 in the morning, 4:40 a.m., the North Koreans begin their attack. It's not unexpected. General MacArthur had seen intelligence that the North Koreans were going to attack that year. The CIA had put out a report with a pretty accurate number of how many soldiers the North Koreans had. Syngman Rhee and his South Korean forces were already staging border clashes. There's no innocence in this war. And Bruce Cumings argues in his Origins of the Korean War that really asking the question, when does the Korean War start, is the wrong question. Of course, he did not, when he was writing those, that in the 80s and 90s, I think 81 was the first part of his Origins of the Korean War. He did not have access to the information that we have, where it's very clear that Stalin approved an attack and that the North Koreans did in fact start the full-scale war in Korea. Within 3 days of the start of the war, on June 28th or 29th, the North Koreans actually get down to Seoul, and really by September they have the majority of the Korean Peninsula under their thumb. And it is the United States, via a UN resolution that the Soviets abstained from, by which the Americans under Truman, tens of thousands of them and UN forces, aid the South Koreans to push the North Koreans back. They retake Seoul. They push all the way into Pyongyang, actually, in 1950. In December of 1950, Sung calls in the favor with Chairman Mao, who holds a Central Committee meeting and tells his Central Committee in China of the Communist Party, we're going to intervene in Korea above the objections of those around him. And In December of 1950, 300,000 Chinese forces, volunteers as they were called, poured into Korea. I believe over the course of the war, millions of Chinese forces will involve themselves in the Korean War. And as of December 1950, the war is waged more by the Chinese than the North Koreans. It's a little bit less known because we don't think about the Korean War as a Chinese versus American war, but really for the last 3 years of the war until the armistice in July of 1953, it is the Americans and the Chinese that are facing off in North Korea. The Chinese and the North Koreans retake Seoul for a period of time, then they're repelled. And from that moment on, the 30th parallel, basically exactly where the war started, is where the rest of the war is conducted. There's a lot of demurring and delaying on the Chinese side to actually institute an armistice. But some things change. First of all, Dwight Eisenhower becomes president and takes office in January of 1953. He's interested in seeing the war come to its conclusion. And Joseph Stalin dies in March of 1953. And the new Soviet collective leadership, in his absence, is very interested in having this conflict wrapped up. And so finally, in July 1953, an armistice is signed. The borders of North and South Korea are basically returned to the status quo antebellum. That's the way of saying as things were before the war in pretentious Latin. And North Korea exists. And that, my friends, is how North Korea happened. I wanted to give you one final takeaway before we end our time together today. I actually had a lot of things I wanted to talk about, including Kim Il-sung's consolidation of political power, but you'll have to watch my video on North Korea's leaders because I think I'm out of gas, be honest, a little bit behind the curtain here. But I did want to leave you with one parting thought. And it is a old Korean proverb that I came across in a lot of my research, that when the whales fight, the shrimp's back is broken. Something to that extent. Now, if you're Korean and watching this, I'd actually really love your help because I spent a couple hours trying to find the actual origin of that quote. Apparently, it was from 1678, a Sun OG, SUN-O-JI. And apparently, that origination of that quote can be found in a manuscript in the National Library of Korea. I tried to navigate their website to find it. I could not. The reason I'm a little skeptical of that quote is because it fits almost too perfectly onto the situation of Korea. It's often been said that the position of Korea in the world, surrounded by the powers of Japan, Russia, China, the United States, and the Western powers, right? All on this very inopportunely located peninsula, if you'd like to maintain your independence, is like Korea is a shrimp among whales. You'll often see it used as a cliche in analysis of the Korean geopolitical position. I'm not totally sure that the original proverb is actually a real Korean ancient proverb. But for the sake of giving you a takeaway, I'd like you to just think about that for a moment. I know this isn't like the most inspirational takeaway ever, but I'd like for you to think about the idea that for Korea, being surrounded geographically by all these great powers, being influenced by China over hundreds and hundreds and hundreds of years, then being subject to invasion by Japan in the 1500s, then having the Russians and the Americans and the French, the Japanese again re-enter and start to meddle with them in the 1860s, to eventually become usurped into the Japanese Empire in 1910, and then to be divided by a bunch of powers in 1945, and to be separated then after 1,300 years of unity into two political entities. I think that isolationist fear of foreigners of the Joseon Dynasty, some of the authors, including Armstrong, mentioned this explicitly, that the xenophobia and the isolationism and the deep desire for autarky within the North Korean state that exists to this day is to be found in the proverb of the shrimp among whales, that to survive when all the whales around you, all the great powers are fighting, you have to be self-sustaining, you have to fight for yourself, you have to be able to function independently without even the help of the Soviet Union and China, which is something that's going to happen and develop over the course of decades under the rule of Kim Il-sung as he exploits the Sino-Soviet split as he begins to have differences with Nikita Khrushchev, as Chairman Mao dies, and he holds the line of anti-revisionism during the Deng Xiaoping era as the Soviet Union collapses and its oldest friend is now gone and the aid disappears, and North Korea experiences some of its darkest decades in the 90s and 2000s as millions starve. The reason that there was never an opening is because of this sense that dates back all the way to the Joseon Dynasty, at least, is that North Korea is surrounded, and that to be surrounded means you have to fight for yourself and to be independent. Interestingly enough, Kim Il-sung will develop a system, a caste system called the Songbun system. It's a 3-tiered way that categorizes every North Korean citizen from the core, that's the elites of the Communist Party, the ones that live in Pyongyang to this day, run the state, who get into good schools, who get the first government handouts and rations, survive the nicest, maybe even get little consumer products and apartments. You have the wavering class, which is the absolute majority of the North Korean population. And then you have the hostile class, which is those who are considered reactionary and imperial dogs and remnants of the American and Japanese empire. This massive wavering class, the grand masses of North Korea, some of these authors have said parallel the vast peasantry of the Joseon Dynasty. And this elite core class represents the Yongbon of those days. Now, many peasants during the North Korean Revolution were raised up into this upper echelon class, but now after all these generations, they basically just represent a privileged elite, a hereditary elite, just like the Yongbon were, just like the hereditary privileges passed from Yongbon family to Yongbon family to be landlords and to be administrators in the Joseon state, so too do the elites of North Korea inherit their hereditary caste via birth. So too does the leadership of North Korea pass from Kim Il-sung to Kim Jong-il to Kim Jong Un and potentially now to his daughter in a hereditary fashion that is different from any other communist organization on the planet. I guess Raul Castro took over after Fidel, but like Soviet Union, Khrushchev was not a relative of Joseph Stalin. Deng Xiaoping was not a relative of Chairman Mao, right? They did not plan for these hereditary things. It's not very communist to have hereditary dynasties. And so that application of that in North Korea is almost a parallel of the Joseon Dynasty, almost as if North Korea has taken the old ways of Korea that goes back a millennium and applied it to the statecraft of itself today. So that's what I'm going to leave you with. That is how North Korea happened from its earliest origins to the end of the Korean War.